Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Pledge allegiance
Allegiance to the flag
of the
of
United
the
States
United States of America,
to the republic for
to the
which
republic which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty
and
and
justice
justice for all.
Okay, roll call.
Mr. Carson,
Here.
Dr. Fike,
Here.
Mrs. Love,
Here.
Mr. Polakowski,
Here.
Mrs. Raymond,
Here.
Mrs. Heather Smith,
Here.
Mrs. Kristen Smith,
Here.
Mrs. Rhodes,
Here.
Mrs. Williams,
Here.
all members present.
And I just wanted to announce that we were in executive session prior to this meeting for personnel matters. Mrs. Tarson, do we have any citizen comments?
We have several, yes.
Okay, so I just wanted to say that tonight with several people speaking, we're going to go back to running a timer, which you'll be able to hear it go off through the computer. And we'll let you know whenever you have 30 seconds left. So it'll be a 5-minute timer.
Good evening, Southmoreland School Board. First, I would like to address the board in the manner in which they speak and discuss topics to our building principals and address our children's teachers. It is embarrassing to watch and listen to certain board members yell, interrupt, and question teaching strategies. Our children's teachers are doing the best that they can with the resources that they are given. Remember, this is your plan. To yell and belittle building principals was unnecessary and uncalled for. YouTube videos and other videos are there to reinforce educational needs. Videos are used throughout the K-12 curriculum in private schools, charter schools, and cyber schools. I have 3 children that attend Southmoreland School District, one in high school, one in SES, and the other in kindergarten. To listen to you talk about how it's important for just K-5 to go back makes my stomach turn. They all need to go back. These high schoolers are struggling more than you know. They are all struggling, but nobody seems to talk about them or the middle schoolers. My children are at an advantage because I am a stay-at-home mom. I am here to wipe the tears of frustration and pick up the pieces when your plan fails. And let's face it, your plan is failing, and the district is failing all of these children, K through 12. Let me make myself clear, though. The teachers, principals, and counselors are not failing these students. You are, by not allowing these children to return to school. Let's address the cost that parents are paying for childcare so they can go to work. The YMCA offers childcare and will assist in your child's schoolwork for $30 a day. That is $150 a week. 4 weeks in a month is $600 a month. For the 3 months that our children have been virtual, our parents have paid over $1,800. For the 2 months that our children have been virtual, parents have paid $660. That is $2,460 for one child. Imagine if you have multiple children. In some families that cannot afford to send their child to a daycare, they have high schoolers or middle schoolers picking up the responsibility. So not only are these kids expected to manage and attend their classes, they are also expected to and have the responsibility for their siblings' work and attendance as well. Month after month, I've listened to board members tell me and the community what is best for our children. Month after month, I've listened to board members say that they will always vote no for our kids going back to school, whether it's hybrid or full-time. My thought is, what right do you have to say and state and vote for our children when your children don't even attend this district? These children, K through 12, all need to go back. It has been stated from many reliable sources and medical professionals that it is safe for our children to attend school as long as guidelines are being met. It is to my understanding that these guidelines were being met. Our children are suffering socially, mentally, emotionally, and academically. I'm going to use my children as an example. My son is a junior in high school. He just filled out his NCAA eligibility form because schools have been reaching out to him to further his interest in wrestling at a collegiate level. This is supposed to be an exciting time for him. While having conversations with him, his response was, "How am I supposed to go to college if I haven't even gone to high school?" My heart broke for him. My heart has broken many times for my children and the children of this district. My second grader loved to go to school. He enjoyed learning. He enjoyed his friends and his teachers. But since we have been virtual, it has been an everyday fight with him. He doesn't want to participate. He has become depressed and anxious. His day begins with tears and his day ends with tears. No child's day should begin or end with tears. His second grade teacher has been absolutely amazing throughout this process. To manage a classroom of 20 kids virtually is a skill. Let's discuss my daughter who's in kindergarten. I enrolled her in kindergarten because it was going to be hybrid. It was going to be something. This is her foundation. She is frustrated and tells me all the time, "I hate this. I need my teachers. I need my friends. I miss them." To listen to you board members say that these students are getting the same education virtually makes me sick. It is not the same. I've watched my children bear the weight of adult decisions now for almost a year. I've watched my children be.
Mayor, you have 30 seconds.
I have 7 seconds. They are struggling. And you board members are constantly voting for them not to return to school. The teachers, principals, and counselors aren't failing these students. You, as board members, are failing these students and failing this district. Just as quickly as you were voted in, you can and will be voted out because you board members are representing our children and our community in an inappropriate manner.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Have the speaker identify themselves, please.
Me, my name is Gina Miller.
Okay, and the future speakers should identify themselves.
Yes, thank you.
Mrs. Fig,
You're still muted, Mrs. Figg.
Okay, sorry, we'll start that again. Okay, my name is Diane Figg. I am East Huntington Township's real estate tax collector for Southmoreland School District. I am the largest tax collector for Southmoreland School District, and I'm not sure if Vince Masha provided my latest spreadsheet to everybody, or do you just have that, Vince?
No, they have it.
Okay, so a couple things I just want to address. I know you have to vote on our commissions tonight because it has to be decided before people run for re-election. So I just want to clarify a couple things, but you have my spreadsheet. And that compiles all the real estate tax collectors that are in Southmoreland School District that collect your real estate. We actually collected $9,523,626. Those numbers might be a little off because of how they were reported to you, but that's what we collect as real estate tax collectors. Our commission rate overall is 0.08971%. So to clarify a couple things, we do a lot of things. We do not make $185,000 as was stated in the newspaper. If you add in, because I saw stated about the Social Security, if you add in our Social Security, we make $91,971, but yet we collect $9,523,626. We send delinquent to tax claim $731,496. They get 5% of all collections. So if they collected all that money, they get $36,575. Berkheimer, who collects our earned income tax, generates $1,533,132. They get 1.42% commission, and they get $21,770. If you take what Berkheimer gets in our tax claim bureaus, they get 68% of what our real estate tax collectors get in a fee. But yet our real estate tax collectors, we collect 80 76% of all real estate, of all taxes compared to Westmoreland County tax claim and Berkheimer. They only collect 24%, but yet they get a 68% commission. We, the real estate tax collectors, do not collect Berkheimer as stated in the newspaper. We do not collect Westmoreland County transfer taxes. We do not collect money for bonds. We do not request reimbursement for legal or audit services because we do not need either of those. And I just feel that what we do and for the amount of money that we collect, are you really going to affect these tax collectors that bring in over $9 million to Southmoreland School District? Some of us are very seasoned. This is my 20th year as real estate tax collecting. I just recently, in the month of December, collected $400,000 in real estate taxes for Southmoreland School District. Had that money gone to the Tax Claim Bureau, you would have paid another $20,000 to them just in a commission. But I did everything that I could in my power to collect that money. I sent out over 700 late notices in December, and again, was able to generate $400,000 in property tax money for the school district. I worked with what used to be Kmart, it's called Sermitage. They owed over $100,000, and I made sure they got that into us before December 31st. Had we not gotten it, they would have paid, you guys would have paid an extra $5,000 to Westmoreland County tax claim. We are continually, we do a lot of things. The newspaper reference that we do not do a lot. We do property tax rebates for people. We help them with receipts. I would like somebody to come into the office and see what we actually do for all of the people. We are the front line. When property taxes go up, they come to us because they don't know who to talk to. So I just really feel, and then the other thing that commented about that there's a flat rate for that Fraser pays, this was all in the newspaper, that Fraser pays $12.50. If you paid me $12.50, you would have to double my pay. So I feel, and again, I know I'm the lowest paid tax collector and I'm okay with that. Our smaller tax collectors, they have to get part-time jobs because they don't make enough money in collecting real estate taxes to be able to sustain themselves. So I think the facts that I put together for you says that we are not overpaid. We do a lot for the district. We bring in a lot of money for the district. And I just really feel that it would be an injustice if you really tried to affect our pay, because then what's the incentive to try and help the district by collecting all this money and making sure that you don't have to pay all this extra money to Westmoreland County or Berkheimer? That's it.
Thank you, Mrs. Fig.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Mr. Masha, before we continue, I don't know that I have the spreadsheet. I have like individual, on the agendas, the individual people, I thought. Is there a spreadsheet that we should have as well?
Let me look. I thought I sent that. Let me do a search.
Maybe it was separate from the agenda.
It's not in, it was separate.
Okay, I just want to be able to look to reference it. Thank you.
Are we ready for the next person?
Yes.
Do we have Catherine Fike? Did you want to speak now?
Thank you, Peggy. The reason I asked to speak during citizen comments is I want to talk about the process of citizen comments. Anybody who's watched these meetings over the years knows that I have frequently used the podium of citizen comments. And every single time I came in to speak, there was a set of rules that I had to follow. I had to take a card, fill out my name, my address, my telephone number, what I was going to talk about. I had to mark down that I lived in Southmoreland, pay taxes, and so forth and so on. Well, something happened last week that caught my attention. There was a person named Mr. Sekerchek who came on and spoke. Now, I am assuming, maybe you can correct me, did the SEA make a formal request for him to come in to speak for them? If so, they would have been on the agenda like we do for Jacobs Water Creek or anything else. Did you know that Mr. Segerchek lives on 5th Street in Youngwood, PA, which is in the Fairfield School District? So what I want to know is, what is our policy? When someone comes in to speak, what was required of me is that I be a resident of the district, that I fulfill the qualifications to speak. But this individual was able to come in, and I really can't remember the gist of his talk, except it was critical of the school board, and that's fine, that's fine. But what I don't understand is, do we have a policy? Do we have rules? Or can anybody from anywhere just walk in and say, or make a phone call and say, I want to talk in front of the board? If that's the case, then I want to know, because I have friends who live out of state who would like to make comments, and I've told them they can't. So my concern is, what is our policy? What is our rules? Who is allowed to speak? Now, if in fact this person was not qualified to speak, then all reference of his presence and all of his comments should be stricken from the record. That was, unless I'm wrong, maybe he owns property in Southmoreland and pays taxes. I don't know. I'll be the first to say I can't find that out. I don't know. But the bottom line is, you have to give your name, your address, you have to identify yourself as a citizen in this school district. And my question is, where do we go now? Are we just going to let anybody who wants to come in and talk, whether they live in the district or not? I think it's imperative that if we have policies regarding citizen comments, that we follow them. I very much respect the fact that citizens can come in and comment to us. There's no way for us to know how you feel if you don't come in and tell us. And I really respect them. Even if it's against us, that's okay. But I think there are rules to be followed, and I want them to be implemented. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Doctor.
Mr. Kiefer, Jan Kiefer.
I'm coming. Hi, good evening. My name's Jan Kiefer, 628 Homestead Avenue, Scottdale. I'd like to address the board tonight on several subjects. On the public participation, I'm going to save till last in case I run out of time, and then I will ask for a few more moments, or I can pick it up at the end of the meeting after you vote on the policy, but I don't think that would be a good idea. Let me find a place to get started here. I'm using a new system. Sorry about wasting public time. I'd like to go back to the comment made by the teachers representative last week. And I'm getting a little feedback. I hope that's not me. But there were some cryptic comments in there that I'd like to flesh out. But I would like to point out that an open contract is the ideal time to wrestle control of the curriculum from the grasp of the industry, be it the teachers and the textbook people down the line. And I'd like to ask the question, since he brought up that there was no teacher contract, what would a COVID age contract look like? For example, what should a bus contract look like in the age of COVID? Where does the SEA get the guidelines to make it safe to return to school? Our contract talks including the health of the buildings and the HVAC systems, and the contract should require the school nurses to attend board meetings to add pertinent medical opinion. And can teachers be forced in a new contract to work during the summer? We need to get these children in class year round and maybe close in the winter time. This, I don't think, is going to go away. I don't think anyone who's entrenched is going to want to get into the classroom for any number of reasons going forward. It's never going to be sustainable. But with a line item of 60% of the budget, don't you think maybe we should just discuss it a little bit in public? There's no tradition that says contracts are sacred, secret. or subjects. In their statement, I asked the SEA to timestamp the reorganization meeting they referenced so the rest of us can know what the hell they're talking about. We don't need inside conversations on the public square. And did the SEA chain together a libel and social media, pouring cold water on what already pouring cold water on an already extinguished fire of public participation in Southmoreland matters? There are 2 local sites that I'm aware of that they could be referring to, and one is associated with the board president. Her site is running comments in real time during the meetings, while she, at the same time, refused to acknowledge the school's own comment board on YouTube is turned off. Without a board directive, how is this happening? And the SEA would threaten to censor anonymous locals is chilling, and I would advise caution. Start with censoring me, SEA. On vaccination hesitancy alone, I'm on the domestic terrorist list. I can only imagine if I was a person last month that was cut off at the beginning with no explanation, and that meeting had to be reposted in its entirety only after I, as a citizen, called attention to it after 1,000-some people watched it, and like a week later. We got to get better on that, and there should have been a disclaimer then, and there should be a disclaimer now, and I still don't know if the whole meeting's there or whether we've lost any more. I have to call every meeting, and that should have been picked up. There's no excuse for that. The teachers should have picked it up, the board should have picked it up, everyone should have, but not me. If SCA wants to censor others for damage to the kids, why don't they start with the board for the school board for the allowance of the Pepsi scoreboard? This community school fixture is damaging children, eclipsing any blogger effect. So come on, SEA, stand up to it and practice what you preach. If you're going to say,
Mr. Kiefer, you have 30 seconds.
okay. If the FCA is referring to adults blogging, I would have reminded the children's communications are parental discretions, and they have no less freedoms of speech than adults. So come together with the community SEA and start holding wellness and health-related task force meetings open to the public and recorded. Mrs. President, I'd like to speak now about the policy that you're going to be. I'm getting interference.
Mr. Kiefer, your time is up.
I'd like to speak about the policy that you're going to vote on today, if you would like to give me another minute or two. Otherwise, I'll do it at the end of the meeting, and like with the meeting the copy item you reversed a few months ago, you can go back and reverse whatever you vote on in the policy meeting.
You have a minute.
Thank you. I'm not sure a minute's going to do it. I asked for more, but we should post the public participation phone number on the screen throughout the meeting. And getting codes is daunting for me. Plus, I have a phone with a bad microphone. I don't see that working for me. And again, people have to state their name and address. This is just basic negligence on your part. And do board members communicate electronically with one another during the meeting? We need to understand that. And will the solicitor and the board president please respect the agenda so that the comment period actually comes at the end of the agenda? I've gone over this numerous times with you, and I'm going to do it every week until you tell me you're going to change the agenda or start following it. I'm getting feedback.
Your time is up, Mr. Kiefer.
I'll see you at the end of the meeting. Thank you.
Mrs. O'Rear?
Hi, can you hear me? Okay,
Yes.
awesome. My name is Nicola Rear. I live at 1155 Valley View Drive, Scottsdale, PA 15683. That's on the Fayette County side. I spoke last week at the discussion meeting, and then I listened to everything that you guys had to talk about. One thing, well, first of all, I just want to seriously send out a shout out to all these teachers. And I mean, my heart goes out to you guys, because just as much as I am preaching about these kids being back in school, I can't imagine what you guys are going through being at home. So just a big shout out to you guys, and a thank you. But with last week's discussion meeting, it was, to me, very prevalent that there wasn't a whole lot of discussion about what needed to be discussed. Like, nobody really discussed anything about sending these kids back to school. I mean, there was like a minor, like 5 minutes or so, but that was about it. And like that, I personally think is one of our major issues right now. I mean, I guess maybe to me, just because I'm calling in about it, but back to what that lady, I'm not sure what her last name was, but Jen, she talked a few minutes ago, she had said about having kids in different schools. And that was one of my big topics, because like, say you do have a kid that's going that you want to send back to school that's in K-5, but you have an older sibling home with them. Like, what kind of difference does that make for their health? Like, so you're sending the little kid back, but you're not going to send the middle schooler back or the high schooler back? Like, it doesn't make any sense. There's no health benefit to that at all. You know, so if you're going to send K-5 back, send them all back. Like, I mean, it's just getting to be to the point where it's exhausting. Us parents don't even know our kids anymore. I can't even tell you. And I'm like that Jen girl said, I mean, her kids are so depressed. My kids are so depressed. I mean, they wake up and they're like, well, here we are again. It's like the Twilight Zone. Everything, they wake up to the same damn thing every day, you know? And my goodness, like their mental health state behind a computer screen is, I don't know. It's astonishing that this has been going on this whole time, and we have yet to get these kids back in school. Second thing, another thing with this whole attendance thing, I got a letter that my children have missed 19 days of virtual school, 19 days. And when I called to find out what was going on, I don't let my kids do these virtual things. I don't let anybody in my home that I don't want in my home. So if they don't go into these Zoom meetings, they're getting put down as absent. While they're there, they're doing their work, but they don't have their video on. And so they're being marked as absent. That's ridiculous. Like when I got that letter, I mean, telling that you can take my license away, my kid's license away, I mean, that's a bit much. You want us to be compliant with you guys, but you don't hear us. You're not hearing us parents. We're fighting for our kids' education and you're not hearing us. I don't know, what else can we do? You want us to protest in front of the high school? I mean, we'll do it, but will you hear us then? I don't know. It's just, I know you guys are in a tough spot. I get it. Like, who wanted to take this on, right? In 2020, I guarantee not a one of you signed up for it, but my gosh, please listen to us. We have filled out every form that you've asked us to do, but it falls on deaf ears. You're not listening. You're not reading what we have to say. Like, I get it. Like, let us be concerned about the health of our children. We got that. We've raised them for this long. Okay? Put them back in school. They need it. We're not meant to sit at home. I don't know what else to say other than like that and just keep preaching on it, but I'm crying. Like, I'm exhausted with this. Completely exhausted with this. Every parent in Southmoreland is exhausted with this. How are we sending our kids to sporting events, but we can't put them in a seat at school?
Mrs.
Please
O'Reilly,
tell me that.
you have 30 seconds.
Just please listen to us. Please. Please vote for these kids. Get their education back on track. Thank you.
Thank you.
Do we have Mr. McGeary? Okay, I have a few emails that people had wanted citizen comments read. Mrs. Kelsey Love I am writing to you today as a concerned mother. My daughter's kindergarten year. This year, she started the year off well, interested and loving school with all the restrictions in place, and by far the normal, by far not the normal school year. Only last 2 months of her not being in school, she has very little interest in the virtual learning and doing work on the computer. This is no fault of the amazing kindergarten teacher. I am beyond thankful for her teaching and dedication she has given our children. I could not ask for a better teacher. She is doing everything possible to keep these kids engaged and learning, but teaching through a computer to 6-year-olds is not working and is not fair. Our children need to return to school. They need to return 4 to 5 days a week, just like Connellsville, Mount Pleasant school districts. They need to be in a classroom with their teachers. They need to be around classmates and friends. They need not only academic, but socially and mentally. They need a routine and schedule. Children thrive on routines. Keeping our children at home, in my opinion, and in the many other parents will agree with me, is not the best decision for our children. Department of Health has recommended that elementary students, schools return to in-person instruction. I know this has been said before, but I feel like members of the board are forgetting this. From the beginning of the school year, parents were given the option to keep their children at home. If you do not want your child in school for fear of them getting the virus, bringing it home, then keep your child at home. Parents have already chosen that option back in September. There are hundreds of parents who took the survey at the beginning of the school year who said that they would send their children to school. Why are we not listening to the parents of the school district? Why have we not completed another survey asking how parents feel? I work from home 5 days a week. I have to tackle working from home 9 to 10 hours a day and being a full-time teacher to my child since September. This is not fair to her or her education. As much as I do and as hard as we both work at it, she is not getting the education she deserves. These children deserve more. They deserve a real education. Please think about your decision carefully and consider all factors before voting. Thank you for your time and continued work. Kelsey Love. I have another letter from Mr. Ray Craig. Dear Southmoreland School Board, thank you for reading my email and hearing my thoughts. Last week during the discussion meeting and throughout the pandemic, there has been hesitancy to return and find the best way to get our students the best education. As a board, we have to bear this decision and try to appease not only the state, but individual families as well. The big thing I keep hearing is, let's wait. Let's wait and see what the governor says. Let's wait and see if the numbers go down. Let's wait and see what happens after we send K to 5 back before moving on to 6 to 12. But through all of this, another phase is being echoed, the new normal. Madam President, to use your what if reasoning, what if this is the new normal? We have to find a way to adjust the way of thinking and return all students to school safety as if the virus will be with us forever, because it will be. The virus is not going to stop because someone took a vaccine or because someone new is behind the desk in the Oval Office. Life comes with risks. You don't stop living life because there are risks involved. You just adjust to the conditions, understand the risks, and move forward. Please wholeheartedly consider returning to school. This is not working. Some kids just can't wait and see anymore. Thank you, Mr. Ray Craig. And I have one more from Rachel Niederheiser. She said, I would love to be live reading this to all of you, but along with many, many other parents, I have to work and come home and do schoolwork with my children. 90% of the people in this world have to work daily while using the appropriate PPE, risking the chance of getting COVID. But as stated many times, if you keep 6 feet apart, wash your hands, use the appropriate PPE, your chance of getting a COVID is slim to none. So I ask why? Why can't and aren't our students back in school? It's been stated time and time again by certain board members that we need to be protecting the staff. I have many friends that are teachers and staff, and I don't wish the virus on any of them, but teaching in the building, in the classroom with students is their job, not to be home behind a computer screen. The grocery store attendant who is stocking the shelves and picking up the Instacart items, your mail person delivering your important mail, the truck driver behind delivering your fuel to keep your house warm and gas to travel to work, restaurant workers, delivery drivers, nurses, doctors, and list goes on, who risk their chance of getting the virus every day. Why do they? Because it's their job. They deal with it and doing what they need to do. Remember, it's not going away. So make it work, figure it out. If covering classrooms is a problem, then go outside the source for teachers, sub program, hire more subs within the district, hire college students going to school for education, have the secretary, principals, guidance counselors, aides, PTA members, even other teachers use their prep periods. Do away for the time being itinerant classes. Have those teachers fill in. I mean, is beating on your mom's pots and pans with wooden spoons really important for your kids' future right now? I think not. Let's focus on core classes. Do something. We always have a shortage of subs. This isn't anything new. What did you do before? Remember, we were all in this together. So let's do this together. Get these kids in the classroom. Come on, enough excuses. As I said earlier, we have a lot of friends with teachers and staff. I get it, medical issues. I want to stay safe. I work every day with 50 plus patients coming in and out of our office and coworkers that have health issues. Guess what? They come, do their work every day, risking the chance of COVID, but they use their PPE and what they need to do, because it's their job. If they don't like it and are scared, the boss will say, see ya. These kids, all of them need to be in school. Even a hybrid situation, they need school. Dr. Fike, a great thing I think you should be aware of, and may I like to address how many of the board members don't even utilize our staff or programs for their children. I may be wrong, but I'm pretty sure that there are a couple who have some sort of cyber program they send their kids to. They may pay for it on their own, but even that, keeping their children out of the classroom when they don't even use our own district teachers. If you can't even use our school teachers and our programs, my kids have learning disabilities, both have IEPs and they struggle. I am fighting every night with them after I've worked a 10-hour day. Parents want their kids in school, should be able to have them in school. Those who want their children to stay home have a choice to keep them at home. Why do the parents get what they want? By being able to keep their children at home. I want my children in a classroom, but I don't get that option. I have 9 people making my choice. I want my kids in school. I'm a taxpayer with kids in the district, so let them be the choice. Those who vote tonight to stay virtual, I sure hope you lose sleep every night knowing that your vote no to go back to ruining their kids and these kids and their future, knowing that these kids are hating you for keeping them out away from their friends, their teachers, their education, and school activities. Hope you're proud of yourselves. So in closing, 5 days would be great, but a hybrid schedule worked earlier this school year. Let's do it again. It's better than nothing. Starting Monday, all grades, send the kids back. Thank you, Rachel Niederhauser. Do we have Mr. McGeary yet? He is an electrician, I believe, is working late. He may come on at the end of the meeting then. That's all I have right now for citizens.
Michelle, can I respond? Michelle, can I respond? Am I muted out, Jan?
Go ahead.
Okay. The comments that we've received tonight have all addressed the board, and the board is 9 people. And I would like to tell the parents who called in today, or who responded, who made comments, that Heather Smith and Catherine Fike have consistently tried our very best and voted to have your children in school. I consider that what has been happening to our children is child abuse. I asked the board to present to me information, research, anything they could find, telling me why our children should not be in school. I have never received one word. I have shown where research has been documented by the medical profession that our children should be in school. But I just want you to know that I support you. I believe that what is happening to our children is a tragedy from which we may or may not recover for a long time. And I will continue to do my best to make sure that your children get a fair shot at education.
Does anybody else have anything?
I still have one guest participant that is on a phone, but they have not unmuted themselves. That's 7573324. If they do not talk, there's nothing I can do about it.
Can we make sure that everybody else is off? That it's a board member or an administrator?
I will place them in the waiting room. They can disconnect at their choice. If they have any intentions on speaking at the end of the meeting, if I remove them, they cannot rejoin the meeting.
Okay. Minutes of the following board meeting.
Board is asked to consider the approval of the minutes of the virtual meetings from December 7th, 2020, the reorganization meeting, and the December 21st, 2020 special voting meeting.
I need a motion.
I'll make a motion. Mr. Polakowski.
Second.
Second. Mrs. Rhodes.
Any all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. General Fund Board Summary Reports for November 30th, 2020 and December 30th, 2020.
Board is asked to consider the approval of the General Fund Board Summary Report as of November 30th, 2020 and December 30th, 2020.
I need a motion.
Carson, motion.
Mr. Carson, I need a second.
Second.
Second, Mrs. Rhodes. Any questions, discussion?
Michelle, when there's a voice vote, can you please ask if there's any, or is anyone opposed? I'd appreciate that. Thank you.
Okay, I'm sorry. Dr. Fike, were you opposed on the minutes?
Go ahead and pass. I'll let that go.
Okay, well, I can correct it. It's not a problem. I just want to be sure that we're documenting it correctly.
This has been a problem for a long time, Michelle, and I just think we need to correct it. Go ahead, go the way it is. Go.
Can I have a roll call vote, Peggy?
Mr. Carson,
Yes.
Dr. Fike,
Yes.
Mrs. Love,
Yes.
Mr. Polakowski,
Yes.
Mrs. Raymond,
Yes.
Mrs. Rhodes,
yes,
Mrs. Heather Smith,
Yes.
Mrs. Kristen Smith,
Yes.
Mrs. Williams.
Yes.
Motion carries 9 unanimous.
Fund accounting check summary, general fund, November and December 2020.
Board is asked to consider the approval of the fund accounting check summary general fund for November and December 2020.
Need a motion?
I'll make the motion, Smith.
Heather Smith. I need a second.
Carson will second.
Any discussion? Call vote.
Dr. Fike,
Yes.
Mrs. Love,
Yes.
Mr. Polakowski,
Yes.
Raymond,
Yes.
Mrs. Rhodes,
yes,
Mrs. Heather Smith,
Yes.
Mrs. Kristen Smith,
Yes.
Mr. Carson,
Yes.
Mrs. Williams.
Yes.
Motion carries 9 unanimous.
October and November 2020 board treasurers reports on bank accounts.
Board is asked to consider the approval of the October and November 2020 Board Treasury Report.
Need a motion?
I'll make that motion, Mr. Polakowski.
Need a second?
I'll second, Smith.
Any discussion? May I have a roll call vote?
Mrs. Love,
Yes.
Mr. Polakowski,
Yes.
Mrs. Raymond,
Yes.
Mrs. Rhodes,
yes,
Mrs. Heather Smith,
Yes.
Mrs. Kristen Smith,
Yes.
Mr. Carson,
Yes.
Dr. Fike,
Yes.
Mrs. Williams.
Yes.
Motion carries 9-0.
Superintendent information?
Yes, I would like to thank Mr. Cristofano from Hayden's Pharmacy. He is currently right now working with the district to try to get all of our staff vaccinated for the COVID virus. So I know that we are working together to try to figure out the most convenient date in the very near future. So I would like to thank him for all his efforts in trying to assist our district. I do have some other items that I would discuss, but they would be an agenda item further down. So that is all for me at this point.
Thank you. Business managers report?
I'm sorry, I had to unmute myself. Did you want to cover all the other agenda items and then circle back and talk about the proposed preliminary budget? I know we have a lot of heavy lifting yet to do tonight.
We can do that. Do you have anything else other than the preliminary budget?
No, unless, unless anybody had any questions on what was emailed outside of, budget. I know I sent an update on cyber school and solar costs. Of course, that dovetails with the budget discussion. So no other report.
Will we be able to ask you questions about the budget, Jim?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay.
Solicitor information?
I think I should talk about timelines. This has gotten more complex about trying to preserve options if you want to do that. The other thing is, I should do this so I don't forget. I'm sorry. I don't normally want to talk about responding to public comment, as to matters that would not be legal. But the legal question that has been raised about who is qualified to be or eligible to be a public speaker is in our policies, and Southmoreland's policy is actually somewhat broader than the Sunshine Act itself. I actually don't have all these all memorized at the tip of my tongue right now, but in addition to residents and taxpayers, students, people, vendors with the district with whom you have contractual relations, and employees. So a union representative of our employees would, I believe, therefore qualify to be a public speaker regardless of wherever he or she lives. However, if, you know, Mr. or Mrs. X from Apollo, PA, want to come and talk and don't fit any of the categories, then that point would be well taken about their geographic location. We should have people, just to make sure that there are no errors when they start to speak, identify if they're speaking as a resident or a taxpayer. That would be helpful because we have this system now where, you know, there's no card for me to look at to indicate how they're basing their qualification, their eligibility to speak. Okay. Likewise, as a point of parliamentary matter, if something is happening which a board member thinks is violating policy and procedure, you can raise an objection. It doesn't have to be all the time the solicitor or the president bringing it up. You know, just state your objection briefly so that it would be brought to the attention and a ruling can be made. All right, so now the problem is that you're going to be talking about a lot of difficult decisions tonight. The situation with the budget, a lot of information. And I wanted to be clearer about what your options are. So in the further attempt to keep options open for both progressing with an Act 1 proposed preliminary budget possibility and or opting out of that process, the following choices are available to the board, of which I think letter B is preserving the most options and being a safer timeline. Option A, theoretically, the board could vote tonight, January 21, 2021, to opt out of the Act 1 proposed preliminary budget process and authorize the certification that final taxes would not exceed the index, which would be a 4.1% increase. If I believe I'm correct on that, and Mr. Marnell could confirm that. So that's one choice. You just decide you want to opt out. Option B has some subparts to it. If the board wants to continue with the process, it could theoretically approve posting the proposed preliminary budget tonight, in which event it would need to be made available by paper at the administration offices. And I recommend also providing it online tomorrow, January 22, 2021, during normal business hours, such that you then have another choice, preferably February 11th, 2021, which is a regular Thursday meeting night. It's the planning meeting, so it would have to be specifically authorized as a final adoption meeting night. Or theoretically, potentially up to and including the 17th of February, which is a Wednesday, and which I understand some of you might not be able to attend. Could be the night chosen for final approval. Now, this would mean making little or no real changes tonight because they could not be processed through the software programs and the necessary calculations made to be guaranteed of having them available tomorrow to start the 20-day time period elapsing. So as you go through your discussions, I think there will have to be some comment asked from Mr. Marnell. If you decide you wanted to post it tonight, but you also wanted all these changes made, could it be accomplished tomorrow? As it was discussed at the last meeting, and if anyone missed this in the public, this is not like in the old days when you could take some forms, cross things out with pencil, and send them to PDE. You make changes, Mr. Marnell has to go into the program, make the changes so that it will populate figures on the forms, which are then sent to PDE. I myself did not completely comprehend that fact until this year because we have so rarely done preliminary budgets. In fact, I think it was only once or twice in order to get a exception rather than actually doing a proposed referendum. It appears that the board does not, that the school district does not qualify for seeking a referendum exception. So the reason, or a reason, the main reason for pursuing a proposed preliminary budget is to preserve the option of having a public referendum so that the voters in the district could decide whether to approve or disapprove exceeding the index. You cannot exceed the index without going to the referendum if you don't qualify for an exception. Okay, so option B, that would mean likely mean having an additional budget cutting voting meeting or meetings, at least on either January 28, 2021, and or February 4, 2021, both Thursdays, in order to have a voting meeting to actually approve specific items to be excluded, so that Mr. Marnell would know that 5 of you had approved, you know, cutting this program or that item or whatever it is. And then that would make you eligible, provided that we do the, we have the 20-day posting period having elapsed, which would allow that to happen. And there has to be a 10-day special advertisement. And then you could do it on February 11th. Again, theoretically, you could also decide to move it back to the 17th, but that's a Wednesday meeting. And I know when we start the year that normally people understand that they're to keep Thursdays open, and sometimes it's problems getting people on other nights. Option C, discuss the budget tonight, including making changes, but not actually vote to post it yet. But if you do this route, be prepared for 2 Wednesday meetings plus. So you would advertise and hold an extra voting meeting on Wednesday, January 27th, 2021, to approve posting the proposed preliminary budget or vote to opt out on that night. Now, the final date to opt out is the 28th. So you could do the 27th and have it still preserving both options. But if you're going to opt out, you would probably have to do it that night because you wouldn't have time to do another advertisement for the 28th. So that would allow posting the preliminary budget during the business hours on the 28th and still qualify for 20 days elapsing to get to a Wednesday, February 17th. Again, the board could utilize advertising for special voting, I call them special voting cutting meetings, budget cutting meetings on February 4 and or February 11 for additional revisions. So I sent that out in an email. I wanted to give you that information up front. So the point of what I'm trying to make is you could decide to opt out tonight. You could decide that you want to preserve your options and post the budget that is proposed, which is a tremendous millage increase. I'm not sure, and Mr. Marnell would have to address this, if you decided that you did not want to utilize fund balance at all and put in a proposed millage increase so as to cover that possibility. So Mr. Marnell would have to indicate whether or not, if that's all you do tonight, whether or not he could accomplish that tomorrow, so that we would be for sure that it would be both physically available at the administration suite for someone who wanted to pick it up and have time to post it on the district website. It doesn't have to go into a newspaper, but it has to be available. So given the pandemic situation, having it available in paper, having it available online, I believe would accomplish that. I've spoken with Mr. Pushkar earlier today, and I told him the approximate length of it, I believe, is 23 or 24 pages. And he said that he could move things around and make that happen. So do you have questions about the options, about the timelines? Okay. In the Act 1 language that is part of board docs, obviously there's going to have to be some discussion about which road you want to take so that the correct dates are plugged in. There was one typo for which we apologize, I apologize, and that is the notice that is attached to the resolution to approve the going forward with a proposed preliminary budget. It's with a referendum, not without. And when that happens, I'll bring it to your attention again. I just wanted to remind you so you could remind me. Okay, that's my report. Oh, I'm sorry, one more thing. Given the fact that there is so much going on and you're getting all this information about tax collectors and all that, if as part of tonight's discussions overall, you decide that you need more information or you want to see different calculations made by the business manager or whatever, insofar as what the remuneration should be for tax collectors, the original assumption was that there would not be a voting meeting until the next regularly advertised one, which would be on the 18th of February. If, as part of tonight's discussions, you pick another night for additional meeting, you could potentially table until that night voting on a decision on what the remunerations should be for tax collectors, so that it's done by the 15th. Now, the 17th is too late, and the 17th and 18th of February are too late. So potentially the 11th, the 4th, or if you go with a January 27th meeting next week, does all work. Thank you.
Is that all, Mr. Petonic?
Yes.
Okay. JCWS information only.
Once again, that was documents that were from previous meetings that were supplied for information.
Okay, Jacobs Creek Watershed Landowner Agreement.
The board is asked to consider the approval of the landowners agreement between Southmoreland School District as landowner and Jacobs Creek Watershed Association, JCWA, as grantee for rain garden near Southmoreland Maintenance Building near Alverton, East Huntington Township. And the resolution itself: Southmoreland School Board approves and authorizes the president to execute and the secretary to attest to the form of the contract attached hereto for the installation of the rain garden and vegetation near the Southmoreland Maintenance Building near Alverton, East Huntington Township, Westmoreland County, on property of Southmoreland School District, provided that the following language substantially in the following form is inserted in the section 2B of the final form of contract to be signed. Grantee will have continuing liability and responsibility as to the Pennsylvania Prevailing Wage Act of August 15th, 1961, PL 987, Sec 1, as amended 43 PS 165-1 et sec, the Act, to hold harmless and identify the landowner form in any and all claims, damages, and losses arising from grantee's failure to have contracted for and treated its contract with its contractor as subject to the Act if it is ultimately determined that it is subject to the Act, and more particularly as followed. A, to supply proof that the estimated cost of the total project is not in excess of $25,000 as defined in said act, or B, to obtain the wage determination from the Pennsylvania Department of Labor and Industry, state in their advertisements for bids or proposals and contract for the work as work to be done according to Pennsylvania prevailing wage rates, and supply landowner with documentation to establish compliance with said requirements, including the obtaining of a bond with surety for labor and material payment, bond therefore, before permitting contractor to begin work. Under project description, adding the following language: grantee installing rain garden and initial planting of required vegetation.
I need a motion.
So moved. Mrs. Rhodes.
I need a second.
I'll second Smith.
Any discussion?
Yes, I would like for the public to have it spelled out to them exactly what our responsibilities are once these people are done and leave.
They are responsible for the initial planting of the vegetation and the construction. We are responsible for annual maintenance on it, which was explained by Ms. Robbins in her previous meeting. You have to allow it to continue to be there. And if debris or things, foreign submatters would be entering, people throwing pop bottles or whatever in there, you'd be responsible for removing those kinds of activities. If the initial planting of vegetation failed, then we have responsibility to do a replanting.
Forever and ever, right? Forever and ever.
For the length of the contract,
Which is how long?
I think 20 years.
20 years. We have responsibility to maintain that for 20 years. What do we get out of it? What does it do?
This is the reciprocal action for the earlier contract for which you received the benefits of the permeable pavement.
What are the benefits?
The pavement that was installed, and I forget whether it was the one by the, this was explained by Ms. Robbins before, by the maintenance building, or if it was something that was up by the high school. I can't remember location.
Yeah, there were two sections of that project. I'm thinking it was the summer of 2017, if I recall. It was, one section was the permeable blacktop parking pavement, the section between the football field and the maintenance building. Remember, that used to be all gravel? So that got paved with that permeable pavement. And of course, they had to, underneath that pavement, they had to put in a system to, to collect the water that goes through the permeable pavement. And then, of course, it percolates down into the ground. And I think there's an overflow pipe maybe that goes out into the stream. And then, of course, our maintenance on that is like any blacktop surface. You have to, since it's a driving thing, you have to maintain it in the wintertime. That's okay. And then the guys periodically have to power wash it to get any buildup grit that's on it, because that would affect the permeability of the process. And then behind the high school, that upper parking lot, where the steps go up to Cardiac Hill, they put in permeable pavement up there. Same thing. And of course, they new drainage for it. So, and then again, you just have to maintain your parking lot, keep it clean. So you gain some nice parking, and you have some maintenance on it, like any time you go from gravel to to pavement. But I don't know much about this particular project, but I think years past they did a rain garden somewhere, and I can't picture where it's at right now. But
Middle school.
It's
Yeah.
behind the middle school.
Oh, that's right. That's right. So, I mean, I think the maintenance upkeep is rather minimal for our department. I mean, we have many hundreds of acres to take care of, so I don't think that's such a big issue. But and of course, it's to help mitigate the water that goes into that is that a floodplain, to try to help with preventing harsh flooding like that has been experienced over the years. So, and I think you have some of those types of permeable pavements down in the borough, if I recall. But that's my 2 cents worth, for what it's worth.
Well, I'm certainly not willing to slap our school district with the responsibility for the next 20 years.
I think we've already committed to this previously, though, if I'm not mistaken.
Maybe.
Last week, there was some questions about fencing. And I know Mrs. Tarson had reached out to Jacobs Creek Watershed to get some clarity on that. Can you share that, Mrs. Tarson?
The fencing actually is in a question answer section in the information on the agenda. But also when I spoke to Taylor, she said that the drainage system that they did at the middle school, it was very deep and it was very close to the soccer field. So they did not feel that it was safe without a fence. At the football stadium, at the new, what we're talking about now, they will not put a fence around because they are actually putting a couple trees in that location. It is very shallow, and the engineers feel it would be an eyesore to put the fencing up. So if you would require fencing, it would come at the cost of the district. They would not cover it. But once again, to reiterate, it is not anywhere as deep as the one in the middle school.
Thanks,
Thank
Peggy.
you.
Uh-huh.
Thank you. Is there any more discussion? Can I have a roll call vote?
Mr. Polakowski,
Yes.
Mrs. Raymond,
Yes.
Mrs. Rhodes,
Yes.
Mrs. Heather Smith,
Yes.
Mrs. Kristen Smith,
Yes.
Mr. Carson,
Yes.
Dr. Fike,
No.
Mrs. Love,
Yes.
Mrs. Williams.
Yes.
Motion carries 8 yes, 1 no.
The next thing on the agenda is the Act 1. Do we want to wait to do that till after we discuss the budget? Mr. Petonic?
Well, I realize you're not ready to make a motion. So I would just say if you want to maintain dealing with this now, you can ask for a motion to have a discussion about it. If on the other hand, you want to move it to another place of the agenda, you could also do that. I'm not sure which way the board wants to go with this. Whether you want to deal with everything else first and then come back to this, or whether you want to deal with this, start talking about it now. That's the question.
I think if we are to discuss Act 1, we would need to discuss the budget. And do we want to move through
Right, yes,
the
that's correct.
rest before does anybody object to moving Act 1 to later in the meeting after we discuss the other items on the agenda?
No,
No.
I'm good.
On.
Okay, so we'll move on to item number 2, procedure/additions to the agenda when meeting in virtual, telephonic, or electronic mode.
Board is asked to first pass a procedural motion to suspend the rules and consider the approval of a procedure for additional agenda items walk-on requiring vote during a scheduled voting meeting while board meetings are in virtual, telephonic, or electronic mode. The procedure allows the public to make a citizen's comment on the additional walk-on agenda item or items during the meeting, and after the second, if passed, approve the substantive motion. And the resolution for that. Procedural motion, which is first. The board consents to taking up consideration of the above described substantive resolution and without posting it for 1 month as would otherwise be required by existing policy 003 as stated below. Be it resolved that the board policy 006 is amended by adding the following to regular meeting agenda and by creating and including it under special meetings and creating an additional subsection, special meetings advertised for general purpose, business purpose, and also inserting it there. A, Southmoreland School Board has previously approved holding only distance public meetings, and by doing so by electronic and telephonic means during the period of school closure and for up to 7 days thereafter due to the pandemic by live streaming video and audio on YouTube and audio also by telephone. Additions to the agenda by the superintendent or member referred to as walk-on items can at times be added to the agenda. If the matter would require a board vote, there must be a motion and second to add the substance of the matter or matters stated to the agenda, and then a voice vote taken on this procedural motion, which then requires only a majority of those present. Before the voice vote is taken, the superintendent or solicitor may give opinions as to whether the matter has not been adequately reviewed. If possible, the president will try to line up all these additions to the agenda so that there do not need to be multiple sequential temporary recesses, but only one recess as follows. If the motion to add the item or items to the agenda passes, The meeting will then be recessed for a minimum of 5 minutes to allow citizens to call in to queue up a comment on the item. Those members of the public eligible to speak under the Sunshine Law or the expanded criteria under District Board Policy may call Mr. John Pushkar at 724-887-2065 to comment. Commenters must supply their name and address and other eligibility information before commenting. Before the meeting is adjourned, the meeting will be paused for 5 minutes to allow the citizens to phone into Mr. Pushkar at 724-887-2065. B, also, this provision shall or shall not, and must be choose one of the two, when public voting meetings are done by physical presence or a combination of physical and virtual presence during the period of the pandemic and governmental limitations or otherwise restricting physical occupancy more than pre-pandemic occupancy limitations.
I need a motion.
Make the motion, Carson.
I'll second Smith.
So do we need to make a choice in option B in that motion, Mr. Patonic?
Yes.
That would be the substantive motion. That's the second motion. Right
Okay.
now, you're just taking up the general consideration of the whole concept.
Okay. Any discussion?
Yeah, when is it then that the citizens get to comment, before the board votes or after?
Before.
Before.
So something has come up during the course of the meeting, was not on the agenda.
Yeah.
It's brought up. There's a motion as to whether or not the board wants to still consider doing something with it that night. If that interest is shown, then at some point during the meeting, the president would announce, well, okay, we're going to take a recess. And while that recess is going on, people would have an opportunity to phone in. And if you had more than one of these things to deal with, you could be using that 1 5-minute recess to accomplish that, rather than every time that you had a separate new item to be added to the agenda, like 3 different athletic positions, having to stop and wait for 5 minutes. You could do all 3 with 1 5-minute recess. I didn't mean to pick on athletics, but you know, that it happens a lot. So that's one thing.
I'm looking at this procedural motion. Where does it say that the comments will be made before the board votes? What am I missing on here?
Well,
If you read down the second paragraph under A, Dr. It says if a motion to add the item or items to the agenda passes, the meeting will then be recessed for a minimum of 5 minutes to allow citizens to call in to queue up to comment on the item.
That before or after the vote, Michelle? I saw
That's
that.
before.
okay, maybe here's where you're confused. There's this procedural motion and vote as to whether you want to even talk about, debate about the substantive motion later by adding it to the agenda. Okay? So that's not a approval of something. It's a procedural thing to add something extra to the agenda. So if that's approved, that's when, you know, the board is, you know, willing to listen to it. And so that's when the public comment's going to come in before you would vote. Yeah, yes, we want to hire Joe Smith or Mary Smith, or no, we don't. But if you didn't even want to entertain it that night, even though it was brought up, then it's never made it to the agenda.
Okay, I misinterpreted this. There must be a motion and second to add the substance of the matter to the agenda.
Right.
And I assumed that would be the motion to vote on it or not, and you're not. You're saying
This
that.
just, it's like you've got, the piece of paper has arrived with a motion on it.
Yeah.
Okay, so it's on the agenda. You've added it at the last minute in the middle of a meeting. Okay, before you vote, yes or no, to do the thing that the motion asks, that's when the public comment comes in.
What does it mean the superintendent or solicitor may give an opinion as to whether the matter has been adequately reviewed?
Well, you know, if something comes up from the floor that I've never heard about and, you know, could be something that has serious legal consequences and I had no opportunity to research it, I'd want to say that.
Well, then what happens? If you
Well,
say,
then you'd have to decide like, oh, we don't, you know, yeah, you're right, or no, you're not. And the
Did
same
you
thing with the superintendent. I mean, if he's got some important things that he's working on that this would relate to and potentially, you know, hasn't been reviewed by the administration at all, they didn't know it was coming, you know, that would be a thing that you should know.
then do we take
So there are two different sides of this. I think one side is the superintendent comes in and, you know, got some resignations or something and wants to keep the process moving to hire a new coach or whatever. So, you know, he brings it up. Okay. Well, I would think probably most of the time you're going to go along with that. There might be some circumstance in which you say, no, we don't want it on the agenda. We'll do it next week because we have another voting meeting next week or whatever. On the other hand, if the superintendent could do that, then unless you feel differently, I'm thinking, well, there might be an opportunity here to structure a member bringing up something. Now, normally, the member would have had to either had the superintendent get it on the agenda or the president, or get 3 members to ask to require the president to put it on the agenda. So they didn't do any of those things. So now here we are in the middle of the meeting and they want to add it to the agenda. Well, maybe they didn't have an opportunity to do that. Maybe it's something that just happened. Okay. And that might justify why that's happening. Or no, it's been something that's been, you know, in the background for quite a while. And so to neither give, you know, an advantage or a disadvantage to the equilibrium that's already been established, you would have this preliminary motion. So there's no, so the idea here is not neither to advantage or disadvantage somebody who really needs to bring up something.
Then is there a second motion and second taken to not consider it?
No, you vote on whether or not to consider it. If the motion fails, you're not going to talk about it anymore.
Well, what if we said it didn't, we wanted it, and then the superintendent or solicitor said, oh, no, I don't think you should do that. So do we do another motion to undo the motion before that?
Oh, I see what you mean. Well, yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah. We need an incidental motion to,
Undo the previous motion.
well, either that or you just vote no. No
Yeah.
to adding it to the agenda, which would be somewhat simpler. You can make a motion to table. That would have the same effect.
Is there any other discussion? Can I have a roll call vote?
Mrs. Raymond,
Yes.
Mrs. Rhodes,
Yes.
Mrs. Heather Smith,
Yes.
Mrs. Kristen Smith,
Yes.
Mr. Carson,
Yes.
Dr. Fike,
Yes.
Mrs. Love,
Yes.
Mr. Polakowski,
Yes.
Mrs. Williams,
Yes.
motion carries 9-all.
Second motion,
What did we just do on that part B where it says shall or shall not? Did we have to put one of those words in there? or-
Now you're going to do that. Somebody is going to make a motion, is going to decide whether, if you go to physical presence meetings during the pandemic,
Uh-huh.
and you're also, permitting people to phone in. Do you view the fact that you're permitting physical presence to have taken you back to the situation where you were before the pandemic, that if you wanted to make a public comment, you had to come to the meeting? Or is there a public policy that you perceive that it's safer to cut down on community spread by having this option for people to stay at home and still both be able to participate at the beginning of the meeting, which you're statutorily required, at the end of the meeting, which is by your policy, and in the middle of the meeting if something is added to the agenda?
This couldn't all be one motion,
Which?
both of them put together in one motion. Two motions for this?
Well, you had, because this is amending board policy, okay? So you need 6 votes.
Mm.
So you're taking it up that you want to consider doing this. If you don't want to have to post this and wait another 30 days, if you get 6 votes tonight, it goes into effect, now.
I did not know that. Sorry, I did not know that. We were amending the policy.
Yeah,
I guess it is policy 006,
right.
and it's not all one. Okay.
So do you want people to be able to phone in comment on additions to the agenda if you are if you later vote to do physical presence meetings, you go back to doing those. And you are also having people phone in to make public comment at those meetings, should they also be permitted to phone in for additions to the agenda? So that would be shall. If you feel that providing the opportunity to be at the meeting because you're providing for the physical presence, then you'd say shall not.
I was just looking at the agenda. There was only one there, but there's 2 on this one and 1 on this one. Okay.
Let me correct something. Let me just make sure that this is correct.
That number 2 is about walk-ons, but the other one you gave us is two more motions about walk-ons, I guess. Yeah. Mhm. Yeah, they're both about the same thing. It's okay. I just saw 1 and 2 more. There's 3 there, so.
Right. A takes care of when you're just doing physical, virtual public meetings. So B is to bring it to your attention like, well, what if we go to physical presence meetings and virtual? How should we treat that?
Oh, okay. I thought you could just adjust that single thing. Go ahead.
So whoever makes the motion needs to state for B that this shall also apply when you have physical presence meetings, even though some people may be attending virtually, or shall not. You're only affecting B, not A.
Yes. So I need a motion.
So if we're back in physical meetings, we should allow for them to physically come to the meeting, correct? we're assuming that everything's okay and we're gonna do it the way we always would.
I don't know.
Oh, geez.
I'm not, I can't guess how you view the current situation. I'm giving you the options.
Well, I think either way, the public should be able to comment on these things regardless of if they feel safe being here, being in the building or they don't. And the fact that if we are still operating under the same guidelines, there's going to be a limited amount of people allowed in the building in the first place. So we may still have a situation regardless of if we let people come in person or we don't. You may not be able to leave. You know, if there's something major going on, we might not have enough capacity for everybody to be in the building. Or you may not feel safe coming into the building, but still want to make a comment on an item.
Michelle, so if we're in a
Your capacity will be greatly limited because instead of 20%, you're down to 10% indoors. So the maximum number, which I point out in the other resolution, you're down to 94 as a starting point, but you're nowhere near 94 because of the way you have to space people out who are in the seats in the auditorium.
So if we're in a physical meeting, we stop the meeting for 5 minutes, no matter what. Is that right? You stop it whether it's virtual, physical, or what? We stop the meeting for 5 minutes, even if we're all sitting in a room, right?
That's if you choose shall in B.
Okay, that was my question. You stop the
If you
meeting.
choose shall not, then only the people who are physically present could comment on something that came up as a potential addition to the agenda.
That's not what B says. It says a combination of physical and virtual presence. It says both there.
Well, you could have a situation, which I thought was where you were headed, maybe not, to having during the pandemic a physical presence meeting in the auditorium. Yeah. Okay. And you're going to have, as I previously understood the resolution that you had before, the possibility of all the administrators participating by Zoom, except Mr. Masha and Mr. Marnell, and board members either could be physically present or could be participating by Zoom. And you were going to live stream it and permit people to telephone in comment.
David, did I misunderstand that you wrote in here somewhere that we have to hire a videographer in order for this to happen?
Yeah.
Well, what are we voting on? Something that we might not be able to do if we don't have a videographer there. Am I crazy? Because it says there you have it. You wrote a motion at the end. It says you have. This is based on the premise.
You can do that if you prove this. You can start doing the A part at the next meeting. Okay. Theoretically, I suppose you could still do it tonight.
If there's no videographer, we can still do this motion B.
Well, you can do the A part where if somebody wants to bring up a new motion tonight.
Yeah. I thought
you
we were
vote on this.
B. I thought we were voting on B.
You know, the A part would immediately go into effect. You're not in a physical presence meeting. So even though you've approved or disapproved B, it's not relevant yet. When you go to, if you approve, and I don't know if you will, having physical presence meetings at the auditorium. And I'm giving you some serious reasons to, consider maybe not doing that.
Okay. I know what I'm going to do now. Okay.
Then you decide, okay, are we going to have this additional citizen comment going on in the middle of the meeting or not for people phoning in virtually? In addition to people who are, you always have that. If they're physically present and it wasn't on the agenda, then you call for public comment.
on this other motion, it says proceeding on this resolution, this is another one, requires the school board to have or be able to appoint a new videographer. Look, I know what I'm going to do. I'm going to have to pass because I absolutely don't. I think it's a conflict and I have no way out of that.
It's
So,
not a conflict. You could vote on either one of these first. It just that this one came up first. That's all. If you're not ready to vote on it, then you can go do the other one first. But you could still do this one, even if you decide not to return to physical presence meeting, because you could have the A part taking effect. It'd set up an orderly process. If there's a walk-on, or either by the superintendent or a member, how you're going to handle it, and try to condense unnecessary recesses to allow time for people to phone in. That's what you were trying to accomplish, right?
Yes.
To allow time. So that's, I'll try to, make it a little more efficient.
Michelle, can I go ahead and make the motion? I don't think we even have a motion pending at the moment, do we?
No, we
do not. Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and make the motion that we approve this with the provision shall remain if we are in physical and virtual meetings.
Okay, I need a second.
I'll second.
Was there any other discussion? Can I have a roll call vote?
Mrs. Rhodes,
Yes.
Mrs. Heather Smith,
Yes.
Mrs. Kristen Smith,
Yes.
Mr. Carson,
Yes.
Dr. Fike,
pass.
Mrs. Love,
Yes, sorry, didn't hear you.
Mr. Polakowski,
Yes.
Mrs. Raymond,
Yes.
Mrs. Williams.
Yes.
Motion carries 8 yes, 1 pass.
Okay, physical presence at public meetings.
This is a motion to suspend the rules and amend board policy as to physical presence of a quorum of members required for public meetings and providing means of member and public presence and participation for public meetings. Okay, it must be noted that the current information is that the district lacks the personnel to provide for simultaneous camera person for meetings and Zoom participants and providing Zoom for distance members, and that this motion and proceeding on the substantive policy change requires hiring a videographer. Okay, let me get to the,
This motion's 7 pages long. This is 7 pages long.
The next one. Not this one.
It tracks the one you had before with some changes in addition.
whereas there have been declarations of emergency and closures of schools due to the COVID-19 pandemic, followed by Westmoreland County being put into the green phase under the governor's plan at the beginning of June, followed by the school board having adopted a plan on June 25th, 2020 to resume physical presence meetings to begin July 9th, 2020, followed by increasing concerns over a rising number of hospitalizations with continuing limitations on the sizes of in-person gatherings and the school spaces available for physical presence for public meetings being greatly limited by the need for social distancing of at least 6 feet as per CDC guidelines in the July 2020 order of Pennsylvania's Secretary of Health requiring facial coverings and requiring limits on gatherings to 25 persons for indoors and 250 persons for outdoors, and the difficulties attendant to hearing the members and each other. Whereas the federal district court case, County of Butler et al. Versus Thomas W. Wolf et al. Decision has declared certain limitations in previous orders of the governor and Secretary of Health unconstitutional as to the right of assembly, but the governor has appealed and the Third Circuit Court of Appeals has granted a stay pending the appeal, which has the effect of maintaining a numerical limitation on indoor gatherings of 25 persons in addition to social distancing and requiring attendees to wear a mask. Whereas on November 23rd, 2020, the governor released new limitations based upon percentages of maximum capacity as follows. The maximum capacity for indoor events will be as follows. For venues with the maximum occupancy of 0 to 2,000 people, 10% of the maximum capacity will be allowed. For venues with a maximum capacity of 2,001 to 10,000 people, 5% of maximum capacity will be allowed. For venues with a maximum occupancy of over 10,000 people, no events over 500 people. The maximum occupancy for outdoor events will be as follows. For venues with a maximum occupancy of 0 to 2,000 people, 15% of maximum occupancy will be allowed. For venues with a maximum occupancy of 2,001 to 10,000 people, 10% of maximum occupancy will be allowed. For venues with a maximum occupancy of over 10,000 people, 5% of maximum occupancy will be allowed up to 2,500 people. Whereas an implication of the decision is to place more burden on each governing body to determine methods of operating when the public is physically present, consistent with both protection from spread of COVID-19 safety and constitutional obligations. Whereas existing board policy 003 and 006.1 would otherwise require attendance at the public meetings by a quorum of the Board of School Directors being physically present, and changes in any suspension of the rules or policy would otherwise be for only one meeting, and it is to make means for board members to participate physically and remotely, and desirable for the public to participate remotely or in person, and to change how board meetings are done physically. The term virtual shall mean that the participant is using electronic technology, currently Zoom, to present the person's video and audio from a distant location to the meeting, and that other persons present for the meeting can hear and see the virtual person who has the ability to hear and see the physical meeting all simultaneously. On a motion of and seconded by the rules, be it resolved that the rules in board policy be suspended as to board policy 003, suspension of the rules changes in policy, and board policy 006.1, attendance at meetings via electronic communications, are suspended in part in order to take up resolutions so as to permit attendance by board members and others either physically or in virtual means, and for witnessing and participation of the public, and for change of venues for public meetings and safety precautions therefore.
Sorry, I need a motion.
I'll make the motion.
I need a second.
Second.
Need a roll call vote.
Mrs. Heather Smith,
Yes.
Mrs. Kristen Smith,
Yes.
Mr. Carson,
Yes.
Dr. Fike,
There's a note on here that said the proceeding on this resolution requires the school board to have or be able to appoint a new videographer. Since we have not done that, I vote no.
Mrs. Love,
Yes.
Mr. Polakowski,
Yes.
Mrs. Raymond,
Yes.
Mrs. Rhodes,
Yes.
Mrs. Williams.
No.
Motion carries yes, 2 no.
Madam President, in order to grant some relief to superintendent who has to do a lot of talking yet tonight, I would offer to read the substantive motion, and by doing so, where there are just merely repeats of what has already been stated, I think I could pick those out and save some rereading of the same matter, if you
Yeah.
wish. Is that all right with you, Mr. Masha?
Oh, that's wonderful.
Okay. Okay, this is the resolution to amend board policy as the physical presence of a quorum of members required for public meetings and providing means of board member and others in public by virtual and physical presence and participation for public meetings. Whereas there have been declarations of emergency, that first paragraph is substantively the same as the one in the opening reading. The second paragraph, likewise. Whereas an implication of the decision is placed more burden, that likewise is previously been referenced. And again, the recitation of the limitations being at maximum occupancy is 10% of otherwise permitted occupancy. And I previously alluded to the fact that that would mean 94 people for the auditorium is the maximum. Whereas as of January 7, 2021, the instructional model guidance from PDE recommended either total virtual or blended learning for elementary, only grades K to 5, if either county were in substantial category, and that as of January 15, both counties for our school district were still in substantial. I've given you a table that is also attached at the end of the resolution. Whereas board policy 003 and 006.1 would otherwise require the attendance, that is the same. The definition of the term virtual is the same. Be it resolved that the opening paragraph is the same. Now, paragraph 1, when the appropriate personnel has or have been hired. So that has to happen first. And any remaining technology acquired, if any. It currently being believed that no additional technology is needed. The secretary is authorized to publicly advertise and notify the school board, superintendent, solicitor, and administrators for the next public meeting, which would occur after the lapse of time sufficient to place and obtain advertisements of the location and method of the board meeting and participation therein. The requirements for the meetings will be as follows. 2, public meetings will be physical presence meetings that will occur in the auditorium at the Southmoreland High School located State Route 981, Alberton, PA 15612. A, monthly business and planning meetings and special meetings on Thursdays at 7 p.m. B, the annual December reorganization meeting on the day and time chosen at the previous annual reorganization meeting. C, on such other days and times for special meetings as determined by the school board on Thursdays at 7 p.m. or as called for as per existing board policy. And D, on such days and times for special COVID-19 meetings called for by the existing procedures when there are time limitations to deal with COVID-19 caused exigencies or emergencies. That's meant to cover the situation where we had to have that noon meeting time. Board members, number 3, board members might participate physically or by Zoom. The following persons, hereinafter officials, will usually attend physically, but may by Zoom when ill, quarantined, in isolation, necessarily absent, or are or might be at increased risk for severe illness from the COVID-19 virus pursuant to CD guidelines. Superintendent, secretary, solicitor, and business manager. The remaining administrators will participate virtually by Zoom as directed by the superintendent for at least the planning meeting and as may be required for the monthly business meeting or relevant special meetings and annual organization meeting. 4, the virtually participating administrators and virtually participating board members and officials and invited virtual guest speakers shall be shown on a display which shall be included in the live streaming of YouTube of the physically present board members and physically present officials and public commenters. 5, the board's regular rules shall apply to physically present public speakers and to non-physically present speakers who must make advance arrangements to speak as follows. A, This is the same procedure that you've been previously following. I'll read it quickly. Your virtual individual telephone by telephoning the board secretary in advance at 724-317-5631 during the following times on the business day before the meeting between the hours of 8 a.m. and 4 p.m. or on the day of the meeting between the hours of 1 p.m. and 6:30 p.m. and supplying your name, address, and telephone number. And if not a Southmoreland resident or taxpayer, your basis to qualify to give public comment under Board Policy 903, which you will be using for the meeting in order to obtain the meeting ID and access information, and follow 5C below and number 8. B, additional option, public participation may also be by written comment of 500 words or less, also relevant under the open meeting law, and should reference and supply the following relevant information: name and residence for a resident, or the name, address, and local taxpayer status for a local taxpayer of the Southmoreland School District, or the name and contact information and category of public commenter pursuant to policy 903. If an employee, student, contracting party of the school district, or other person or entity covered by policy 903. Phone contact information welcomed by the following means. Number 1, by email to Margaret Tarson, Board Secretary, at her email address, tarsonp@southmoreland.net, or 2, by U.S. Postal Service to the following address. Attention, written comment and/or distant public oral comment, if B is adopted. Margaret Tarson, Board Secretary, 200 Scotty Way, Scottsdale, PA 15683. 3, done so as to arrive no later than the deadline in A above. C, obtain more information at Southmoreland School District website, https://PA01000599.schoolwires.net in advance and for agenda. 6, the board shall hold executive sessions with members and permitted officials either by physical presence in the library or by Zoom. 7, the potential maximum physical occupancy of the physical presence public meeting shall be limited to 10% of the maximum occupancy of 940 people of the auditorium, which calculates to 94 persons in attendance, and is further limited as determined below. Persons in the auditorium, and shall be further determined by the following method. So this is what had been previously outlined when you were considering this before. A, physically present board members and officials shall be seated on the stage at table or desk, seated at least 6 feet apart, and be captured by both Zoom for virtual administrators and virtual board members and officials. Explanation of that is 9 + 4 officials equals 13 maximum. The videographer will be present in the auditorium. Student representatives will be seated in the audience front row. This calculates to 9 + 4 officials plus videographer plus 2 student representatives. You're up to 16 people. B, physically present public speakers shall come to the podium when called to comment. C, members of the public shall individually, not as a group, take seats, which shall be physically marked so as to provide seats at least 6 feet apart, which requires 2 empty rows between occupied rows and 2 empty seats between occupied seats. 1, in the middle lower 2 sections to be occupied first, then in the outer lower 2 sections as needed. Individual seating is necessary because of the large number of variables that household groupings create within the row as to the next closest person or group in that row and in front and behind, and makes it impossible to pre-mark safe distance seats. D, this is the same as before. The total number of physically present persons in the categories A and B and C combined shall not exceed the potential maximum occupancy as adjusted by the limitation and physical distancing requirements and spatial limitations therein. E, all physical presence persons attending the meetings are required to wear facial masks covering their noses and mouths and maintain 6 feet physical distance from other persons, except as to the latter while assisting a disabled person while on school property and outside of their respective vehicles. F, there shall be signage stating that attendees having the following must not attend. I, fever of at least 100.4 degrees. Double I, persistent coughing or sneezing. Triple I, being currently subject to quarantine, isolation, or having the COVID-19 virus. G, attendees displaying the following shall be excluded or required to leave. Number 1, failure to maintain masks with masks as required by Pennsylvania Department of Health. Bandanas are insufficient. Number 2, failure to maintain social distance requirement. Number 3, having the conditions or symptoms in F. If you wanted to add more, that would be 4 and 5. The public will also be able to access by your computer, this number 8, iPad or iPhone, to access through live streaming on YouTube. For audio and video, go to, and then the address for YouTube. At the regular meeting time, click on the word uploads, then change uploads to live streams. You should see the meeting appear. 9 is the same as before. The limitations on capacity as the total number of physically present attendees in section 7D will cease or correspondingly change or remain in place upon A, respective change in the orders of the governor or secretary of health, or B, entry of a final order in the appeal of the decision of the Butler County versus Wolf in the United States District Court of Western District of Pennsylvania. 10, in the event, this is new, that the above building designated for public meetings is closed because it exceeded the number of COVID-19 infected persons for a newly relevant time period, then both as to the cancellation of the already scheduled meeting and newly scheduled meeting, A, the secretary or another person designated by the superintendent in the secretary's absence will, 1, notified by email and telephone, board members, administrators, and other persons usually present for the public or executive meetings. 2, notify by facsimile or email the news media who had previously requested in writing to be notified of changes. 3, by the district's automatic system to the school community. 4, cause a notice to be posted at the designated meeting building and the exterior door of the middle school building and the other public buildings of the district. 5, arrange for advanced public notice in the board designated newspaper and all others required to be notified in subsection A 1 through 4 of the new date and time of a totally virtual meeting according to the above procedures, which shall become the method of public meeting or executive session until either the building is reopened or the board publicly votes on another physical location, even if all those participating by Zoom technology or physically present may not be able to be viewed by Zoom and or YouTube, provided that their voices may be heard. Then you're still complying with open meeting law if just voices can be heard. Upon expiration of the requirement to close the high school auditorium, the secretary will give notice as to the physical presence meetings in the location as per section A1 through 5. Here's the choice pursuant to the order of Governor Wolf on November 27, 2020. Section 9E, the board designates the following multiple restrooms to be available. A, for the public, male and female restrooms adjacent to the gymnasium. 2, we need input from administration on that. B, for the school board members and those present on the meeting days, we need input as to what areas to be available for that. So if you wanted to immediately pass, it requires 6 votes. If you want to post it, it's 5 votes. Anything less than 5 votes fails. I disseminated in board docs my 5 concerns and risks that I feel you're undertaking with potentially missing critical deadlines, et cetera. If you wish, I'll read it. Otherwise, I won't. Thank you.
Mr. Patonik, are you able to, so if we have a meeting scheduled and the building is closed due to an outbreak or positive cases, what would the ability for us to just transition back to a virtual meeting be?
You'd have to do another advertisement in the newspaper if that meeting were to have been a voting meeting, or if it were a planning meeting at which you would be forming policy. Actually, a planning meeting also. So everything is dependent upon the high school not being required to close because too many people have tested positive within a particular period of time, which we've had that happen with different buildings already. And if that were to happen in close conjunction with a scheduled meeting, you would miss your ability to keep the same date if you couldn't get it into the newspaper in time. We're still a captive of that under the existing requirements of the open meeting law.
Can't we just have it as part of the policy that if the building is closed, the meeting will be virtual?
My problem with that is you've put it out to the public that you can have public come and comment. The public may not know in advance that you're closing the building except by a short period of time. I think that requires another notice.
So if we make part of the notice that, if we make part of our policy that,
I don't think that the policy is
No,
the same
yeah,
as putting a public notice that specifically references we're changing where there is no public meeting, we're changing the location and the time and the place. And here's what it's going to be. It's going to be this other building over here, or we're going back to doing it totally virtually. I'm concerned about compliance with the open meeting law, potentially voiding, a whole meeting that you might do if you don't strictly comply. I've alerted you to the problem in another school district in the state where they had technology problems and went offline and there was no physical presence and they still voted. And it was appealed to common pleas court and the meeting was overturned.
can I make a motion to table this and just until the end of this meeting so that we can get back to, so we can move on to the students going back to school, since that's the reason most of the people are watching this meeting. And it's 9:20.
Well, that's fine. I honestly didn't think that this portion was going to take as long as it has, which is why I didn't move this item as well. I thought this was something that people were wanting, and also we've already passed this previously. It's pretty much the same thing with a little bit of change. So we can move on.
Ask for the voice vote to table.
Oh, I'm sorry. So we need a voice vote to table.
Is Dave going to have to read that again when we
No.
go through it, or?
No.
Okay.
If that's the case, I change my opinion.
And I wouldn't volunteer again.
So is everybody in favor, say aye.
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 Anybody opposed? Okay. Return to physical presence.
For clarity purposes, when we use the term elementary, that would be the primary center and the elementary school. And secondary would be the middle school and the high school. And I would like to read from the order of the Secretary of Pennsylvania Department of Health that was issued on January 7th. Beginning with the start of the second semester, the department recommends, the departments, which is the Departments of Education and Health, recommends public schools in counties with substantial transmission consider returning elementary school students to in-person instruction while secondary school students remain fully remote, provided they follow all applicable orders and safety protocols. Also, due to some student populations being disproportionately impacted by the COVID-19 response efforts, schools should consider resuming in-person instruction for targeted student populations. Example would be students with disabilities, regardless of the instruction for targeted regardless of the general instruction model they are utilizing. I would recommend that K-5 return to the AB hybrid instructional model on January 26th. I would also recommend that students who receive a large portion of their instruction in special education classrooms also return to the AB hybrid instructional model on January 26th. I would recommend that staff members return on January 25th in preparation of those events, considering the fact that most of them have resources that they have taken home. I would also recommend that students and staff must follow the masking and social distancing guidelines to the maximum extent possible, not even to the maximum extent possible, to the maximum extent. And the reason why I am asking the board to push things out to the 26th, as you are probably aware, we have staffing issues. We would have to reach out and notify the appropriate custodial as well as food service personnel for a return. And also there would be some issues involved with the requisition of some of the food service items. And I would ask Mrs. Capone if she would like to expound on that.
Can you hear me, Vince? Mr.
Yes.
Masha?
Yes, Mrs. Capone.
Well, contingent on how the board votes tonight, I did get some supplies in. Some of our supplies require, several days' notice to receive. And, we would need a little time to start up pending on how the board votes tonight for what school. I certainly didn't want to over order milk, even though we use that for our grab and go, but we certainly didn't want to sit on a lot of supplies that we couldn't use.
Mr. Masha,
Yes, sir.
was your recommendation for special ed students for all grades?
It was, sir.
Okay, it wasn't clear. Thank you.
I apologize to that.
No problem. And that is a permitted exception under the guidance, isn't it?
That is one of the targeted groups permitted by the guidance. Those students are classified as the targeted group.
I need a motion.
What did you say, Michelle?
I need a motion.
A motion, what's it supposed to say?
Mr. Petani, do we need to read the entire motion?
No,
I'm going to try to streamline this for you.
you just did, but
The opening part indicates all the data that we are still insubstantial in both Westmoreland and Fayette counties. The school board on December 7th approved going to a total virtual model without a time limit and authorized the appropriate attestation. So you're still operating under that. Whereas as of January 7th, 2021, the instructional model guidelines from PDE recommended blended learning model, any model in which the number of students in a school building is reduced to allow for social distancing of 6 feet, only for elementary students if either county were in the substantial category. So that's where we are. Now, that doesn't reference the special ed students, but that is also permitted. The superintendent has given you his recommendation, so that's in the middle of page 3. The term virtual or distance or remote are interchangeable and shall mean that the teacher is not physically present with the students, that the instruction is conducted primarily over the internet, with the students not physically present at the school, and in some instances by educational packets in physical form and with opportunities for telephonic and electronic communication between student and teacher, and more fully described below. Then there's new language. The term, quote, AB plan or model, close quote, shall mean a, quote, blended plan close quote, which is the term that the guidance from the state uses, in which a grade or school splits the students into two groups, with one group attending class in physical presence in a school building and the other group attending by virtual means and alternating every school day in succession and continuing the alternating into the following weeks. Now, that's the way that you've been utilizing that term. So I used it the same. Then it's be it resolved. Paragraph 1 is the same as the resolution that is online as part of the public meeting, available to the public, and as previously utilized in previous resolutions. So is paragraph 2, paragraph 3, paragraph 4. Paragraph 5, the school board hereby ratifies and approves the following initial plan. A, the primary, elementary, middle, and high school all currently distance virtual, and any change will be governed by the board's decision as to sections E and F. And then I used the same form that we followed before so that you could do it all with this resolution rather than having separate resolutions populating board docs. E1 and E2 are separate motions. E1, the school board authorizes the return to the AB hybrid blended model plan and to take all steps necessary to revert to the AB hybrid blended model plan for elementary only K to 5 as of the effective date with such additions as recommended by the superintendent as follows. And he's just given them to you. K to 5 return to hybrid, special ed, all buildings. Staff returns on the 25th, students on the 26th, strict following of social distancing and facial coverings guidelines. So continuing on with just that part, I won't read E2. F1, I've read the effective dates of the change. Students the 26th, staff January 25th. G is the superintendent is authorized and directed to initiate, maintain, alter, and end furloughs of custodial and maintenance staff consistent with its choices in E and F. H, the board understands that making a change in instructional model requires, and the board authorizes and directs the board president and superintendent to complete, sign, and transmit a truthful attestation form reflecting the instructional models chosen in E1, and later it'll be E2. Prior to implementing the same, this requires and results in continuing to require athletes to wear masks, even during competitions as required by previous orders of the Secretary of Health. So then the first motion including E1 with effective date in F1, which I've just read, which would be January 26th for students, 25th for staff. And resolution also to include sections A through D and G and H. And then if that were to pass, then you would go decide whether or not you want to deal with other buildings. So I put it in following the form of the form resolution, the superintendent's recommendation. President can call for a motion in a second.
I have a question that I just wanted clarity on, and I'm not sure if now is the appropriate time for that, or should I ask for clarity on that after the motion in the second?
I want to make a motion, Michelle. I make a motion that we return all of our students to school, all of them, by later this month, by the 26th of January, using the hybrid model until they start spewing out the numbers that allow us to go into full 5-day instruction with that, with those cases and the way they're naming them. I want all of our children back in school. No one child is better than another, and no one child is less than another. My motion is to return all of our students to school under the hybrid program, following their recommendations for the face coverings or whatever is going to be required, And then when the numbers change in Westmoreland County, we can adjust the program for increased instruction. That's the motion.
The motion that was read and is in the agenda is to deal with these sequentially, E1 and F1 first, and then E2 and F2 second. So that's going to, so it doesn't comply with what was read. And I think it's out of order. Do you wish to rule on that, Madam President?
So do we need to, what do we need to do with this resolution then?
Well, there was a resolution read. A
Okay,
board member has made a different resolution. I've
Okay.
indicated to you that it's out of order, so you need to make a ruling as to whether you agree it's out of order.
I second Dr. Fike.
It's the same problem.
Dr. Fike, you're muted.
I want to know why I'm out of order. I'm on a school board. I made a motion. How does that make me out of order? I don't care what they read. They're
Well,
not on the board.
This is the agenda that is before the board that has been read. And the superintendent gave his report relevant to that. I don't know that he's given a report relevant to or commented on E2 to be inserted into the motion.
I made a motion.
I seconded,
I
Catherine.
understand that, and the president, it's up to the president to rule.
The public needs to know that this was a motion that was seconded.
I agree.
Discussion.
Thank you.
Michelle, can I
Which
just,
motion, which motion is the question?
can I just say something about this little problem with the motions?
Yes.
Isn't there, I mean, I know we have previously made motions that weren't exactly what was written. Is there any way, because I'm not trying to disrespect Dr. Fike and Mrs. Smith, they've made a motion. Isn't there any way to implement what they're trying to accomplish into the form that is here? Is there a way to do that? I mean, I may not entirely agree with their motion, but they have made a motion and I think it deserves the appropriate processing.
Yeah, I agree. There is an E2 that says the same thing.
Then what you would be doing, if I may, is verbalize that. And the motion didn't reference the dates, so I'm not sure if the motion agrees or disagrees with the dates chosen by the superintendent. But you would insert into E1 would still be as follows, as recommended by the superintendent. You would then add to it, and as not recommended by the superintendent, the items in E2, middle school regular education, model hybrid, middle school special education is also model hybrid. I'm sorry. Yes. Mr. Massey, this is where I'm confused. Is your recommendation for special ed hybrid or not hybrid for middle school and high school?
It's those students that have the greatest need for educational placement. It's those students that have a large portion of their instructional day in a special ed classroom. So it would be all grade levels.
And is it hybrid? I mean, is it alternating days or is it 5 days a week?
I'm recommending A/B right now.
Okay, so the superintendent's recommendation is A, B. So this is overriding his recommendation such that I'm sorry, it's still A, B, but
I have a question
it's
on
A,
that,
B
Mr.
for
Hassan.
A, B for all schools, I believe. This is
So
why I tried to structure this.
I believe that the life skills and autistic support was offered 5 days a week if those children wanted that. So I'm not sure that they've ever been on an AB model as far as life skills and autistic support goes. So that may need some tweaking regardless of which we go with here. Because I don't, like, I think some of those kids were coming 5 days a week is just.
William, may I ask Mr. Novikov to join us?
Yes, please.
Mr. Novikov, are you there?
Yes.
Can you please weigh in on what had previously taken place?
Yeah, Ms. Williams is right. Our students were offered the opportunity to attend 5 days who were receiving special education supports, academic supports. There were some categories that weren't, but they were attending 5 days and not alternating days.
That's acceptable.
I would amend my suggestion for my recommendation to conform to that.
Thank you.
All right, so then regular ed students would be middle school and high school AB.
No.
That's not part of your recommendation, but that's what the resolution is calling for.
Yes.
My motion. I want to talk about this attestation that apparently was signed.
And then F2, effective date of the change in E2 will be being in the moderate level transmission. You're not doing that for 2 successive weeks. Board approval, no, you're doing it right away. So you're doing everything on January 26th.
Correct.
So F2 becomes insert January 26th.
So I want to talk about this attestation. It states in here, a public school entity in a county with substantial level of disease transmission that is currently providing a fully remote learning model and elects to transfer to in-person instruction must resubmit this attestation prior to providing in-person instruction. So part of my motion would be that this be done immediately should this motion pass.
Are you willing to sign that form, Catherine?
I don't have to. It's a board vote. It's not my decision. It's a board vote. It's a board vote, Michelle.
I understand who's voting. I'm just asking if you're willing to plop your name on here saying that we're going to follow all of these things, including school closures, when we have just a couple cases in a building. So this is going to be the least consistent source of education that we have.
Are you threatening me? Are you threatening me? Don't do that.
Threaten you.
Board vote. It's a board vote.
I didn't say that it wasn't a board vote, Dr. Fike. Whenever the board votes, somebody needs to sign this form. Somebody needs to sign this form, sending it into the state, saying that we agree with this. So that was just my question. So yes, by all means, it's a board vote. So
in with documentation that the board voted that way. How do you think Mount Pleasant, Connellsville, Hempfield, all these other people have done it, Michelle? They're all doing it. Our kids are the only ones that are suffering.
Are we having discussion now?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. Because I have a few things that I need to say about all of this. The first thing that I need to say is I have listened to all of the comments from parents and from the public. I've listened to them online. I've listened to them in emails. I've listened to them when I see them out and about, and I've listened to them on citizens' comments. I've listened to them call me a failure and tell me how awful I am. And I've taken all of it because they're parents and they're frustrated. And this is hard. This is really, really hard. But for Dr. Fike to come on here and say that this is tantamount to child abuse is not something that I will allow to stand. These are my own children. These are the children of my friends. These are my children's friends. And I do not make any of these decisions lightly. And I will not be accused of such. I'm done with it. I'm done. I have read all of the studies from everyone who's provided me information. I have gathered as much information as I can when I make decisions. Like I said, I'm making decisions for my own children. And I have had numerous people who have written me messages or emails or talked to me personally who are in favor of our current virtual model. But they are afraid to say that publicly because they know the backlash that they get in return for doing so. And I have been told many, many, many times that I have to listen to the taxpayers. Well, the people who yell about how awful we are not the only taxpayers. There are people who want other things. And while I completely appreciate the positions that you guys have and that all of the parents have, I'm not going to sit here and pretend like those are the only opinions. And I have no problem disagreeing with people, but I will not be disrespectful and call them names and call them awful, terrible things. How do we expect anyone in this community to move forward when that's how we behave? I'm done with it. It's ridiculous. I can politely and respectfully disagree. I think that staying virtual is the most consistent educational option at the moment. And as far as other school districts, I know people in other districts, their kids are going to school and sitting in huge study halls for hours at a time so that they can comply with social distancing rules. Like this opinion or this perception that we have that everyone's just going to school Monday through Friday, 8 to 3, and life is just hunky-dory, that's not accurate. This is not normal. It's not normal in those schools. It's not normal in these schools. And it sucks. It sucks. I don't enjoy it. I don't enjoy it at all. But I just am tired of acting like I don't care about the kids in this district or the staff and the teachers. I'm tired of people saying those kind of things. And I just had to make that statement.
Child abuse, Candace, is coming from the governor.
Does anybody else have anything?
Yeah, so I asked last week about accommodations for teachers who need them. Is that something that we can vote on as well? I know that we've heard from several who do have legitimate concerns and they're legitimately high risk that need to be at home. Can we make that happen?
How many teachers do we have that are at high risk?
It would not be part of this resolution.
No, but it's part of the discussion.
Well, you can't be discussing specific personnel matters.
I'm not discussing a specific personnel matter. I'm saying
I'm
that.
not following,
So
it's not relevant to the motion here to.
no, it absolutely is. If I vote yes to send everybody back, I want to make sure the teachers who aren't able to go back are able to work from home and are covered.
Well, if they are, quote, at high risk, or if they supply the medical documentation, therefore, or they meet the criteria for are at increased risk, or medical documentation for might be at increased risk. If they supply that information, then the employer has a right to, or is obligated to, engage in an interactive process and offer them an accommodation to see if that will satisfy the requirements.
Who is
So
considered
that
the employer?
requires going back and forth and having communication on that.
Okay, so who is considered the employer?
Southmoreland School District.
Because the board has never gotten anything about any accommodations. So I'm just curious if those have
Well,
been.
it initially gets handled by the administration.
Right, but they're not
Some
the
have been
employer.
some have been granted by the administration, some have not, some are still ongoing, actually, potentially. Some were sought earlier in the year and denied. I don't know what else to say. I mean, you've got a lot of different categories, and I don't know that the administrators could. I mean, the problem is you can't identify specific individuals, so that's part of
Correct.
the
Do
problem
we
there.
have a specific list of things that would make you able to work from home? So what is the
The
criteria?
CDC guidelines have specific criteria within them.
So is that what you go by?
It's that, and then if someone wants to try to apply under the R at high risk category, then it requires a medical opinion that supplies that information rather than just increased risk.
So does every teacher have plexiglass?
No,
How many has it? Do you know?
I'd have to pull the buildings. I know that there are a number that requested it. We tried to meet the needs of all those that had requested it. I've also purchased additional plexiglass.
What did we do when we were in the AV schedule before? Did we have plexiglass then?
No, I think that's probably the point I'm trying to make in a backhanded kind of way, is that we've had time to fix this issue, but we still haven't. And I don't understand why, because we've had 2 months to make a plan and get the school as ready as possible. And I'm sure that there are teachers who have paid for their own stuff, which that shouldn't happen either.
So we do offer accommodations for the teachers that are high risk, without mentioning names or anything like that. We try to accommodate case by case, correct?
There were people who had been granted the accommodation to teach from home before you went to the total virtual situation before Thanksgiving.
Okay. It's good enough.
I don't have perfect memory, and I may not even know all those who were. There are some, that's all I can say.
I ask a question maybe of either Mr. Masha or the principals? I know one of the things that is often stated is everyone has the option to stay virtual if they want to. As parents may be facing having to make those decisions, I know that in the elementary school, and correct me if I'm wrong, but in the elementary school, a child would be assigned to a particular virtual teacher. So if my child is hybrid now, they'll now get assigned to a completely new teacher in a new class if I wanted to stay virtual.
Correct.
Okay. And then in the middle schools and the high schools, I've been told that the virtual classes, at least in the middle school, I've been told the virtual classes there just consist of recordings. I don't really know what happens to be virtual in the middle school or the high school. So can we let people know how that happens if you would want to elect that at this point?
We are at Phoenix. The middle school principal is not available this evening, so I will have to get that information. I don't, Mr. Krofcheck, I think is here for the high school.
Okay, because I know that there are some schools in the area where being virtual just means like you are online while you watch your teacher teach in the classroom that day. And it's very simple to switch back and forth from virtual to in school. But that is not the case here. It's not that simple. And so if people don't want their kids going back hybrid, I want them to have the information on what to do. It's not as simple as everyone makes it sound, is kind of the point I wanted to make, and let people know that there are some decisions to be made and some things that need to happen.
Why can't they Zoom while they're teaching class? Then there wouldn't be 2 days of teaching the same thing. They could be, if it's AB and, they're in school A, on day B, they're moving on to the next thing, or, reviewing and moving on. I don't understand why they can't Zoom in their classroom while they're teaching.
I've
I'm sorry. Go
I've
ahead.
brought that up before. Uniontown is doing that. Uniontown's actually doing 3 things, I believe. I might be mistaken, but I believe they are teaching in person. They are teaching virtually live and recording. So, I mean, I think it can be done, and I don't think they're using anything other than their laptop being able to record. So, I'm not going to say, like, I believe that it can be done. I just feel that why we're not doing it, I don't know. I'd ask the question, though.
And the high school's just SOLA option, correct?
Mr. Krofcheck, are you there? Now, we were looking to expand that. I mean,
He's on the meeting. His name's there.
yeah, I don't know why he's not,
At the high school, we do offer SOLA as an option. We're also working with our teachers to offer an asynchronous option where students would be able to follow the Google Classroom, similar to what we did prior to shutdown in December with students that may have been quarantined or exposed or needed to stay home for a variety of reasons. They were able to follow with the Google Classroom.
Cal, that's different than when we talked about it before, when it was all asynchronous, or I'm sorry, all synchronous.
Correct.
You've changed that since then, so that, okay, thank you, because we had.
Yes,
talked about that.
it would be a completely asynchronous option.
Perfect. We didn't have that before.
Mr. Pushkar, Mrs. Kuhar is going to be phoning in.
I'll be watching for her.
So I just wanted to add very quickly that one of the things that will be difficult in doing the synchronous part is that kids would have to stay at their computers the entire day, which was something that, especially for younger folks who didn't have somebody to sit with them, that would make it difficult. So it also keeps the teacher in one space because the camera has to be on the computer where the computer is. And when your kids are in front of you, you can't really move around or get away from.
Freeze.
I think so.
Dan, Dr. Clara, you froze.
Start with.
Dr. Clara, you froze.
Oh, great. The one time I do want to talk and my internet's not great. I apologize. So one of the things that would be a question for us is if we have kids in front of us, then you'd have to stay at your desk where the camera is. The camera is not away from that area. So a teacher who was teaching would have to stay at that location. And so that would affect what they could do with the kids who were there in the building. And also you'd be requiring people to stay at their computers the whole day, because if they go back to their original schedule, you're going to be in front of your computer for a lot longer. So there's a difference in the virtual schedule versus your regular schedule when you're in person. It looks a little different. So I just want to make sure I was clear with that in case anybody was wondering how those two things look.
I think at an elementary level, we have other options that are in-house though. So those kids who are choosing to remain virtual will still be able to have synchronous instruction, which would also be recorded if they weren't able to be on synchronously during the day. So we do still have options for those students. It's the high school students that our only synchronous option would be more kids going to SOLA. So without the ability to, in the spring, maybe when things would get better, transition back to the school because we're going to pay for a semester of SOLA. Or they could go to this asynchronous learning, which isn't really following, they wouldn't have that live aspect of instruction again. We would be going back to me, we would be going backwards as far as the high school goes with a virtual program, because you would be losing that 5-day-a-week face-to-face with the teacher live on Zoom or whatever platform we're using. So if they wanted to remain synchronous with the teacher, the only option at the high school would be SOLA.
Mrs. Williams, SOLA is not synchronous either.
Okay, so there's nobody teaching live on.
No, they're provided with asynchronous material. There are some of the teachers that offer optional Zoom sessions, but not very many. So there is another asynchronous option.
Okay. So what we would be offering then as asynchronous, would it be their teacher teaching, like a live class recorded, or what would that look like for them?
If they stayed with our teachers, asynchronous,
yes,
they would follow with the Google Classroom, and the teachers would provide recordings as available. We ask that they be able to do that at least once a week. And then they would have office hours.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I have Ms. Kuharlong on the phone, and we're going to try to just use her talking over the phone to address you. Okay, go ahead.
Tell me when you're ready, John.
Go ahead.
Hello? So at the middle school, prior to going fully virtual, when we were AB hybrid, the students that selected the fully virtual model, the teachers did not provide synchronous instruction because in some of those classes, there were up to 80 students that selected that. However, when we moved to the fully virtual model, we were able to place those students in classes with their classmates, so they are able to receive synchronous instruction.
Were you all able to hear that?
Yes.
Yes.
So if someone who had been a hybrid student at the beginning of the year now decided, if we were to go back to hybrid and now decided they wanted to be virtual, they would just have asynchronous learning, and would those be through video recordings or what would that look like?
Yes, it definitely could be through video recordings, absolutely, but it would be asynchronous.
Would they have the same teachers that they have now, or would they be getting different teachers?
The middle school, they would still have the same teachers. We didn't change their schedule other than the fact when we went fully virtual, we were able to place them in the same classes with their peers to receive the synchronous instruction. So it doesn't change the scheduling per se, but it does change when that teacher has the availability for the quote unquote virtual students. One period during the day, they have a virtual class, which they can teach synchronously at the fully virtual that we are, but it changes when we are hybrid, and it's very difficult to explain due to the scheduling and the changes we had to make when we moved from AB to fully virtual and providing the students with the opportunity to be fully virtual. John, are they still talking? Because I can't hear them.
No,
Yeah, sorry, there's just a pause.
Does anybody else have any questions for Mrs. Kuhar?
thank you, Ms. Kuhar.
No.
Thank you.
So are we good to go with the motion? It's on the floor.
Okay, so I just want to make sure that we're clear on what the motion is. It's to bring everybody back on the hybrid, K through 12, including special education, starting on the 26th. Was that the motion?
Special ed's 5 days, isn't it, Michelle?
Well, was that special education would return to the same model they were on prior to going out? So some of them may have been on AB because that was their choice, and some of them may be 5 days a week. Is the motion?
I do have a question.
Okay, I'm sorry.
I have a question. If we say we vote no on this and we go back with Mr. Mash's recommendation, do you have a plan for the middle school and high school?
I'm going to have to once again suggest that you follow the recommendations of the Secretary of Health. Unless you want to revisit it at I don't know what's going to happen with the next pieces of the agenda. Maybe there's another board meeting coming up that it could be, we can look at the transition back in all the factors and then make another decision at the next board meeting.
On the paper that we signed, as long as we followed all the stipulations of masks, 6 feet, we were okay, right?
Yes, we also have to follow the recommendations that if we have students or staff or anyone test positive, that we have to follow the guidelines for closure. So that is the key component there. That I would recommend anyone to go on the PDE website. It is a document that is this document right here. That is the biggest limitations in consistency, because schools that have opened for their students, many of which have been forced to close those schools within a short period of time because of COVID cases. So I do want to just make sure that everyone is aware that those are circumstances that are still happening in schools in our county.
Vince, that can happen K through 5 too, right?
It can happen. It could happen. Yes.
Well, then it's the same for everybody.
But that is part of the attestation form that we have to agree to follow all those recommendations.
And currently, Vince, they only recommend that the children go from K to 5 to bring them back. Is that correct?
That is the current recommendation of both the PDE and the Department of Health.
Okay, thank you.
What doesn't make sense to me is, like someone else said, if you have multiple children living in the same house and they all, go to different schools, and you're only sending one, then your brothers and sisters at home, you're all around each other, you're all still going to get it if you're going to get infected. It doesn't make sense to hold some kids back from getting an education. All these kids need to be back in school. Why would we just do K through 5? It makes no sense to me. It's frustrating. We vote for only K through 5. I can't take it anymore. And are we not listening to parents? Parents are saying all the kids need to go back. Why are we not listening to the Scottsdale? No, everyone's saying, let's go back.
So I have to agree with Candace on this, that I'm receiving equal amounts of emails both ways. So we're not only getting, we need to go back emails. This is working for a lot of people, and a lot of people feel that this is the most consistent. To answer Amy's question about when would we revisit looking at 6 through 12, certainly I don't want that to be an open-ended thing. I had reached out to Mr. Masha earlier today about scheduling a meeting for the 4th of February, which would give that 2-week period of seeing how things go. Do we have enough substitutes? Do we have enough bus drivers? Have we had to shut the buildings down? Ultimately preparing SES and SPC and kind of focusing all of our energy as far as maintenance and custodial staff go on those buildings whenever we first open, versus spreading everybody thin again and not having time to prepare. I'm not sure that like, I believe, and maybe I'm wrong, that people that had requested plexiglass had received it. Again, I'm not going to sit here and say that plexiglass is the be all end all. It's this tall and it's this wide. And as long as you sit right in one place and you never move, it's protecting you this way. But how this travels, it just comes up and over. It's not, so plexiglass is not your savior. But certainly, Mrs. Love, I would want to see a meeting before the 11th to discuss again and see where we're at and see what the numbers are in the county. They continue to fall. Of course, they're still insubstantial. I don't know what will be tomorrow, but they are falling. They're falling across the state. The state as a whole is down below 100. So possibly we get there in a couple weeks, but at least we would be in a better position. But I would, Mrs. Love, I would like to see a meeting prior.
Well, and I would be okay with that. But if you're talking about a meeting, then I want the meeting on the 4th to send the kids back by the 8th. And I'm talking both middle school and high school. You know, see if we need subs. Do your little test between the 25th and the 8th. If there's enough subs, let's get them back.
Mrs. Capone, if the high school and middle school, if we were to vote on a Thursday to send them back, would you have an extra day for food, or would we be okay?
I think we'd be okay. You know, there's enough, with the other schools being operational, I think there's enough flexibility that we could, I mean, I have menus planned already for 3 weeks of returning to school. I kind of just have them ready for whenever we need to go. So we'll be good. Thank you.
Sorry, I just wanted to make sure because that was one of the for going back Monday. So
Gotta have food for them.
yes. Thank you.
Listen, all I want to say is if we're going back, I don't want to wait another 2-3 more weeks to do that. Let's just do it. You know, my kids need it. There's lots of kids that need it. We got to get back to it. We'll be ready. We just have to see what we need and have to, you know, fill in the blanks. You know, we're not ready. That's shame on us. I mean, that's our own fault for not being ready. This has been around. This ain't like it just happened.
I understand the point of not having the subs. That's, you know, I get that that's an issue, and you know, but I don't know.
So is there any more discussion?
Yeah, I would say that I agree with Amy, that I am good with voting yes to send the elementary back, and then, like she said, voting, scheduling another meeting to discuss further.
No, that's not the motion.
Oh, I understand. I was just saying that I agree with what Amy said.
We should just vote, and then if you vote it down, go ahead and do another one. I mean, we got to get an answer.
Roll call.
What are we voting on?
And everybody back to hybrid.
And special ed kids
Peggy, you're muted.
with their either hybrid or virtual, depending upon what they were choosing.
Is special ed just IEPs or also 504s?
Well, this would be for everybody to go back, so it wouldn't matter.
Oh,
This was the motion from Dr. Fike made a motion and Heather Smith second, that everybody, all students back.
AB, right?
Hybrid, yes, hybrid.
On the 26th.
On the 26th.
Okay.
Otherwise known as blended.
Okay, you want roll call? Mr. Carson,
Yes.
Dr. Fike,
Yes.
Mrs. Love,
No.
Mr. Polakowski,
No.
Mrs. Raymond,
No.
Mrs. Rhodes,
No.
Mrs. Heather Smith,
Yes.
Mrs. Kristen Smith,
no.
Mrs. Williams.
No.
Okay, there you go, people. We should have done
Motion failed. 3 yes, 6 no.
Are there any other motions?
Yes. I'd like to make a motion that we send K through 5 back on the 26th, teachers going the 25th, with special education going 5 days, and the others just going AB, and schedule a meeting for the 4th with an update with the possible return of 8 and 9 through 12 on the 8th of February.
I second that motion.
Okay, so I just want to clarify though, according to Mr. Novikov, I believe, this group of special education kids would only be life skills and autistic support. So they're the people, they're the kiddos that are pulled out to those classes all day, every day. So this wouldn't be like Christy said about 504s and IEP, just because you have one of those wouldn't bring your students back. Is that what we're looking at, Mr. Novikov?
Yes, those are primarily a handful of classes. I just don't want to generalize them too broadly, but typically our low incidence disability, students with autism spectrum disorders, life skill support, rely on paraprofessionals and have a significant amount of their instruction delivered by a special education teacher. So it's a small cohort of students, but.
Thank you for clarifying. Are you okay with that, Mrs. Love?
Yes.
Okay, and did we have a second?
Yes, I second.
Okay. Is there any further discussion? Can I have a roll call vote?
Dr. Fike?
I will not discriminate against children. My vote is no.
Mrs. Love?
Yes.
Mr. Polakowski?
Yes.
Mrs. Raymond?
No.
Mrs. Rhodes?
Yes.
Mrs. Heather Smith?
I'm with Catherine. I think it's ridiculous that we can't bring all these kids back. No.
Mrs. Kristen Smith?
Yes.
Mr. Carson?
Yes.
Mrs. Williams?
No.
I'm sorry?
Unbelievable.
No.
Motion carries 5-4. Is that the amount of votes we need, Mr. Petonic? 5-4?
It is, yes.
Motion carries.
This is so sick. Those poor kids.
Pupil transportation subsidy change?
Hold up,
I'm sorry, am I at the right place or no?
yeah, my froze up for a second here. I apologize. I'm frozen here for a second. Okay, I'm back. I apologize. Okay. Whereas on November 25th, 2020, Governor Wolf signed Senate Bill 1216, Act 136 of 2020. This legislation included a new subsection M1 within section 1501.8, which created a modified calculation of pupil transportation subsidy for school year 2020-2021, payable in the upcoming fiscal year of 2021-2022, and PDE has published guidelines describing variable costs. Whereas Grooms Transit Incorporated, EBA, Quest Transit has requested participation in the Act 136 modified calculations and forwarded its certification of variable cost and billed the adjusted amounts for November, December if the school district were to choose option 1. Whereas option 1 would authorize as following. Pursuant to this amendment of the school code, if a school district wants to receive the same pupil transportation subsidy calculated for the 2020-2021 fiscal year based on school year 2019-2020 data, it must certify to PDE that all transportation contractors were paid as if COVID-19 response did not impact transportation services, minus the variable cost certified to the school district by its transportation contractors. A school district certification to PDE enables it to receive a 2021-2022 fiscal year pupil transportation subsidy equal to or in greater of the amount allocated for the 2020-2021 fiscal year, or the amount calculated for payments in the 2021-2022 fiscal year based on school year 2020-2021 data. School districts must still submit their 2020-2021 school year transportation data in ETRAN. Option number 2 would authorize as following. Pursuant to this amendment to the school code, if a school district wants to receive the funding based on the amount of calculated for payment for the 2021-2022 fiscal year based on school year 2020-2021 data, it should simply submit its transportation data in ETRAN and their pupil transportation subsidy will be calculated accordingly. Therefore, it is recommended by the administration that the school board approve option 1. Be it resolved that the school board hereby authorizes and directs the administration to take all steps necessary to effectuate option 1 and approves the form of the contractor certification and to submit to the school's certification of payment to transportation contractor as required by school code section 1501.8 M-1 as per the attached PDE form and after the end of fiscal year 2020-2021 and before September 25th, 2021. The school board hereby authorizes and directs the payment pursuant to the November certification of Grooms Transit, Inc. for the remaining sum of $91,108.80 and the December calculation for the December 2020 payment of $133,144.61 as per the certifications.
So our motion needs to include a choice, correct?
No, the recommendation from administration is option 1, so it's already there.
Okay. Okay.
If you want something different, you have to make a different motion.
Okay. So I need a motion.
I'll make that motion.
Second. Do I have a second?
I'll second it.
Any discussion?
Yeah, I know the motion says that administration is on board with that, but can just quickly, can Jim or Charlie, say that they're on board with this? Yeah, I'd just like to hear it. I mean, I'm not a fan of it, but if Jim and Charlie are okay with it, then that's the way I'll vote.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yep.
Okay, yeah. You can look at it two ways. One thing, we're saving a little bit of money because we didn't pay for some transportation, but in the end, if we take the numbers that we're going to report this year for your transportation subsidy, you're going to get a very low number because number one, we're not running the miles on the buses, and we also don't have the students on the buses that we've had in the past. So if you don't take option one, and I'm not sure what the transportation subsidy come out yet, I haven't seen it. We're going to get the total from what we got last year for sure. You'll get that. And it's usually roughly near $1 million. I think it's been the last couple of years. But if we go based off of what we're running during this pandemic, you already see we haven't ran any buses except for some of the, private schools and some other things since November. So all those buses have been sitting. We haven't moved any students. We haven't had any miles. So we're not going to get much credit at all. I think we'll probably get a third of the subsidy that we are counting on, and that will come next year. It'll be figured in the next year's budget. So, it'll be difficult to project what you're actually going to get. So I would think if you want to stay, relatively consistent, we would go for the subsidies that we got last year, because it was pretty much a full subsidy on what we ran, even though we didn't go the last 2 months of last year. They gave us the full subsidy.
And that would be option one.
That'd be option one.
Thank you.
I concur with that also. This is Jim Marnell.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I'd like to say something. Code of conduct for school directors says that we are to be effective stewards of the public money. We're talking tax dollars here, tax dollars. I can't believe that that is how we are thinking about what we are going to do to the taxpayers of this state.
So, Mr. Swink, I have a question in regards to that. So when we discussed this at the last meeting, we receive how much back in subsidy right now this year? Do you know what it is per dollar, how much we receive back?
Mr. Marnell, you help me with that. I think we're roughly running right around 90% of our subsidy.
Yes, sir.
So 90 cents for every dollar we spend, we receive back. Is that roughly the calculation?
Yeah, that's the way I understand it. So, I mean, obviously everything's driven off how many miles and how many students we move. So that's why, we try to keep buses, even though we may have a light one on the high school. If we got a full bus for the elementary, that's the credit we get. And that's what I'm saying. Moving this year, we do not have anywhere near the kids on the buses. And a lot of the miles are down because a lot of the kids are going virtual. So we're not covering the distance that we're getting credited like we did in the past.
So then basically, Mr. Marnell, maybe you can tell us better. So if we're saying 90 cents for every dollar we spend, we're receiving back. That means for every dollar we spend, we're really only spending 10 cents. So for every dollar we save, we're only going to save 10 cents. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, so does he have up here? I think he does. So he's saying his total expenses. Mr. Marnell, are you able to pull that up? Just because I want the taxpayers to understand this as I understood it. So we're basically on $173,000. We're going to only save $11,506.06 for November.
This is the forms that were submitted by Quest Transit.
They were.
Yes.
The wages that say $55,646.61, is that just for 1 month?
Yes, I believe so. Wait 1 second. Let me just, yes. According to this, yes.
I cannot grasp how we have that much in wages.
Well, we don't, the contractor does.
So would that be wages and maybe workers' comp insurance and social security and I'm not sure.
Only Mr. Showman could answer that question for us.
$224,252.
She don't have a mute herself. She just chooses not to.
So I'm just trying to figure out how much, if we didn't pay anything for November, or let's go back to what the October one was, how much we would really save in the end if we lose all of our subsidy or a lot of our subsidy.
I would think if you looked at that, we paid, like for December, we paid $27,000. So the difference is a 133,000, I guess we saved there. But for what we would have got for the normal contract of 173, I mean, it's all based on what we run our buses, and it's hard to figure out. It's just, it's half dozen the other, I guess. You save some, but you're going to lose. I think you got to look at the big picture, not just so much these 2 months. We've been affected by this pandemic the whole year. So what you think you may be saving, the contract stays the same each month. We're paying him that amount that when you go to claim your subsidy next year, you're not going to get anywhere near what you're paying out back because we're not running the amount of kids and the miles and everything else that we normally do. So that's what your subsidies, and that's why they're saying it's based off, if you want to turn it in on what you run. I think me and Laura did a rough estimate, and we're thinking we might only get around 300,000 if we're lucky, based back on what we're running and how many kids we're moving this year. So, I mean, that's where you got to look at it.
And how much did we get this year?
Well, I haven't seen the final numbers, but based off the year before, it's roughly $1 million.
For November and December, we have $224,252 due. Is that right? For those 2 months?
I'm assuming that's what off his pay for that month that we didn't pay him the contracted amount.
Yeah, there's 2 months there, and the amounts due equal $224,252 for 2 months. We weren't in school either month, were we? It was November and December.
You were in school a little bit in November, part of it.
Part of it, okay.
In November, I think we're almost up till Thanksgiving, and then we went out.
Mm. Well, December's higher than November. Well, we paid more in November. Okay, we paid more. 70,000.
December, I don't think we ran any of our buses at all.
No. But it says we paid 27,486.
Well, we still run all like GCC, some of the special, like.
VOTEC.
Yeah, we've been taking VOTEC.
Okay, is there any more discussion?
I have a question. Last year, we paid him for the whole year, even though we didn't run for the last 2 months. Is that right? We paid for the whole year? We paid everything for the whole year last year, right?
Yes.
Even though he did not run for the last 2 months. Okay.
Any more discussion? I need a roll call vote.
Mrs. Rhodes,
Yes.
Mrs. Heather Smith, Mrs. Heather Smith, Kristen Smith,
Yes.
Mr. Carson,
Yes.
Dr. Fike,
No.
Mrs. Love,
Yes.
Mr. Polakowski,
Yes.
Mrs. Raymond,
Yes.
Mrs. Heather Smith, Mrs. Williams,
Yes.
motion carries. 7 yes, 1 no, 1 absent.
Advertise for committee meeting dates.
Board is asked to authorize administration to advertise dates of upcoming committee meetings.
And so I have not received dates from everybody. But if we vote on this as I receive them, I can get those to Mr. Masha so that we can advertise them all at once. I do know we have some things coming up that are going to need to meet. So if everybody can get those to me as soon as possible, that would be great.
Michelle, I already contacted Peggy and gave her my committee dates.
Okay, perfect. And maybe other people have done that as well. And I was not aware, so that's good.
I've only heard from Mrs. Rhodes.
Okay.
So can I make a motion that we allow it to be advertised as soon as they're all received?
I need a second.
I'll second that.
Any discussion? Roll call.
Mr. Polakowski,
Yes.
Mrs. Raymond,
Yes.
Mrs. Rhodes,
Yes.
Mrs. Kristen Smith,
Yes.
Mr. Carson,
Yes.
Dr. Fike,
Yes.
Mrs. Love,
Yes.
Mrs. Williams.
Yes.
Motion carries 8 yes, 1 absent.
Tax collector remuneration plan.
Board is asked to set compensation for tax collection fees for tax collectors who run as elected or serve for years starting in 2022, i.e. 2021 primary and general election and cost reimbursement requests.
I would like to make a motion. Based on what information I have, I would like to keep the East Huntington tax collector salary as it is.
Get over here.
What?
I'm sorry, I'm talking to my dog.
Oh, it's okay, Amy. Keep it as it is because right now, her salary is approximately 1/2 of 2 other ones, and it's 1/4 of the third one. On the other hand, I think we should decrease the 3 other, Scottdale, Upper Tyrone, and Everson tax collections, tax collector salaries by 10%. And then freeze them for the 4-year term.
Dr. Fike, the first one you said as is, what is as is? What's the salary?
She's 33,470, but she's East Huntington, Jason, and she does a big area. And but she charges us about half of what the other people get and 1/4 of what the fourth one gets. Her salary is very reasonable considering the size of her operation. And I don't think it would be fair to cut her 10% along with the other ones because she is so much cheaper to start with. And I told you that before. She's our best bargain. But I would recommend we reduce the other salaries by 10% and freeze it for the next 3 years. It's a 4-year term. It's a 4-year term.
I don't, there's no way, I can't agree to that, Catherine, cutting their pays. I mean,
Go ahead. It's fine.
just my comment. I mean, I'd leave the same.
It's fine. I want to read something from PSBA. This is from their legal bulletin. Tax collector compensation has been increasingly scrutinized by school districts in recent years in a search for a way to make tax collections more cost effective. The school board's compensation determination must be based on the performance by elected tax collectors of their statutory duties and related functions implicit in those statutory duties. There was a legal case, and this Judge Eakin clarified that, on the other hand, if tax collectors unilaterally expand their role to include other services beyond what is statutorily required, cannot exist upon compensation for those functions. And they're not doing that. But their salaries combined, just the salaries, are $88,996, the way they are. And then when you add in all of the other expenses, it comes out to about $65,000. And it's been that way. For years, this has been the sacred cow. Nobody dares to touch a tax collector. Sacred cows, nobody touched them. Well, like I said before, we have a responsibility to balance a budget without cutting our educational programs.
Dr. Fike, whenever you cut 10% off those 3 other ones, what's the savings on that?
Well, you'd save $2,765. You'd save $1,065, $11,000. I guess you'd save what, $5,000, $6,000 each year, Judge Jason, each year.
Thanks.
No way. I mean, I agree with maybe your math there, Catherine, but I mean, geez, all we need is no one to run for the position or something, and we get a bunch of people that failed basic math in high school. There's no way I can't agree to cutting these people. I mean, they're not making that much as it is, but I mean, if you can change the motion and get it to go, that's one thing. But
They're not making much. They get $29 for each one.
I understand that. But when you look at the whole picture, they have a very important job. I mean, we've talked about this last week. Who's going to do the job?
Hey, you got the money, pay it. You got the money, pay it. You're in charge here. You guys can pay
I'm
it.
in charge. I'm just making a point.
Pay
Do we
it.
have a second to the motion?
No, you don't have one.
Does anyone want to second the motion? Mr. Petonic, how many times do I have to ask before it fails? Because
I don't think you have a second, so
don't.
you can call for a different motion. Or you can table it for another meeting on or before the 15th.
Motion to table it to the next meeting that we have scheduled before the 15th.
Voting meeting.
So now wait a minute. That's a problem. So is the 11th advertised as a voting meeting, or it's only advertised?
It doesn't matter. We just said we were meeting on the 4th, right? To discuss the high school.
Yes.
School. So that would have
Yes.
to be a voting meeting. So that would
Yes.
be a meeting. We'll talk about it.
Okay, perfect. Do I have a second to table this?
Second that.
Do I just need a voice vote, Mr. Petonic?
Yes.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
No.
Opposed, no.
So do we need to do a voice vote then?
Better make it a roll call vote.
Okay.
I
That's
can't
what I
tell.
mean, I'm sorry. So this was to table the motion until the 4th.
Are we able to have discussion about why we're tabling it? What's the reason to table it? Can't we just do a vote to keep them the same, the original motion?
Well, nobody made it.
What was read?
No motion.
Make a motion to keep the
There
pay the
wasn't any.
same.
No.
No, like, so, Mr. Carson, on the, then it has blank for the 2022, 23, 24, and so on. Like, we would need to fill numbers in there if there will be an increase, or if you want to make a motion to leave them the same for the next 4 years, or,
Yeah, I mean, I'd like to make a motion to leave them the same for the next 4 years. I'm muted.
do I have a second to that motion?
I'll second it.
Didn't we just table it?
No, we didn't.
No, you didn't vote yet.
I think we got to finish voting on the tabling of that.
Unless the people who made the motion would care to withdraw their motion to table. Do you care to withdraw your
I
motion to table?
withdraw. I withdraw.
Okay.
I withdraw my second.
Thank you.
Okay, so Mr. Carson has made a motion to leave the salaries the same for the next 4 years, and Mr. Christie Smith seconded. Is there any further discussion? Roll call.
Mrs. Rhodes,
Yes.
Mrs. Heather Smith is, oh, you're back? Okay, Mrs. Heather Smith,
Yes.
Mrs. Kristen Smith,
Yes.
Mr. Carson,
Yes.
Dr. Fike,
No.
Mrs. Love,
Yes.
Mr. Polakowski,
Yes.
Mrs. Raymond,
Yes.
Mrs. Williams.
Yes.
Motion carries 8 yes, 1 no.
Quest School van driver.
Board is asked to approve Douglas Kuzier, Collinsville, PA, as the new school van driver for Quest Transit.
I need a motion.
I'll make that motion.
I need a second. I need a second.
I'll second. I'll work here. I'll second Carson.
Is there any discussion? Roll call.
Mrs. Heather Smith,
Yes.
Mrs. Kristen Smith,
Yes.
You have a conflict of interest.
I don't have enough information.
Mr. Carson,
Yes.
Dr. Fike,
Yes.
Mrs. Love,
Yes.
Mr. Polakowski,
Yes.
Mrs. Raymond,
No.
Mrs. Rhodes,
Sorry, I was muted. No.
Mrs. Williams,
No.
motion carries 5 yes, 3 absent, 1 pass.
Accept retirement of transportation director.
Board is asked to accept the retirement of Charles Swink as Transportation Director effective June 30th, 2021.
I need a motion.
I'll make the motion.
I'll second.
Any discussion?
Just would like to thank Charlie for his service. He did a pretty good job while he was on board. Thank you, Charlie.
I agree. Roll call.
Mrs. Kristen Smith,
Yes.
Carson,
Yes.
Dr. Fike,
Yes.
Mrs. Love,
Yes, with regrets.
Mr. Polakowski,
Yes.
Mrs. Raymond,
Yes.
Mrs. Rhodes,
Yes, and I'd also like to say that I thank Charlie for all his years of service. I think he did a great job and you will be missed.
Mrs. Heather Smith,
Yes.
Mrs. Williams.
Yes, and I'd just like to say thank you.
Motion carries 9 yes.
Thank you, Charlie.
Accept retirement of business manager / board treasurer.
Board is asked to approve the retirement of James Marnell as Business Manager and Board Treasurer effective June 30th, 2021.
I need a motion.
I'll make the motion.
I need a second.
Second.
Discussion. I would like to, Mr. Marnell, it's been a really difficult year. I just want to say thank you for your years of service to the district.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Williams.
Roll call.
Mr. Carson,
Yes, and I also would like to thank Mr. Marnell for his service.
Dr. Fike,
Yes. Enjoy your retirement. You've earned it.
Mrs. Love,
Yes, with regrets again.
Mr. Polakowski,
Yes.
Mrs. Raymond,
Yes.
Mrs. Rhodes,
Yes, and I'd also like to thank Mr. Marnell for his years of service. Obviously, this has been a very difficult time. And again, just thank you.
Mrs. Heather Smith,
Yes.
Mrs. Kristen Smith,
Yes.
Mrs. Williams.
Yes.
Motion carries 9-0.
Thank you, Mr. Marnell.
Thank you all for your kind words. I appreciate it. It's been an honor and a privilege to serve the Southmoreland School District for the last 8 years.
Thank you. Accept retirement of cafeteria worker.
Board is asked to approve the retirement of Debbie McGeary, cafeteria worker, effective December 31st, 2020.
I need a motion.
So moved.
A second.
Second.
Discussion. Roll call.
Dr. Fike,
Yes.
Mrs. Love,
Yes.
Mr. Polakowski,
Yes.
Mrs. Raymond,
Yes.
Mrs. Rhodes,
Yes.
Mrs. Heather Smith,
Yes.
Mrs. Kristen Smith,
Yes.
Mr. Carson,
Yes.
Mrs. Williams.
Yes.
Motion carries 9-0.
Resignation of Jenna Hickson from district newsletter.
Board is asked to accept the resignation of Jenna Hickson as sponsor for the So New Scotty newsletter effective immediately and authorize administration to post a supplemental position. Thank you, Mrs. Hickson.
I need a motion.
I'll make the motion.
Need a second.
Second.
Discussion.
Is this a virtual or is it a paper thing?
It's electronic. and can be paper.
Is it something that goes out over the Chromebooks or something like that?
It's, it is sent electronically. It's available.
Is it sent to everybody or is it a student? Is it a student paper?
No, it involves faculty, staff, cafeteria. It doesn't matter. It involves anybody in the district, Dr. Fike.
Oh, okay, but it doesn't go out to the public.
Yes, it's posted.
It's posted. Oh, okay, thanks. I just didn't know about it.
Any other discussion? Roll call?
Mrs. Love,
Yes.
Mr. Polakowski,
Yes.
Mrs. Raymond,
Yes.
Mrs. Rhodes,
Yes.
Mrs. Heather Smith,
Yes.
Mrs. Kristen Smith,
Yes.
Mr. Carson,
Yes.
Dr. Fike,
Yes.
Mrs. Williams.
Yes, and I'd just like to thank her for the time she put into this.
Motion carries 9 yes.
FMLA elementary teacher.
The board is asked to consider the approval of an FMLA with no break in service for approximately 12 weeks for Katie Marnell from January 29th, 2020 to approximately May 4th, 2021.
I need a motion.
I'll make the motion.
I need a
I'll second.
discussion. Roll call?
Mr. Polakowski,
Yes.
Mrs. Raymond,
Yes.
Mrs. Rhodes,
Yes.
Mrs. Heather Smith,
Yes.
Mrs. Kristen Smith,
Yes.
Mr. Carson,
Yes.
Dr. Fike,
Yes.
Mrs. Love,
Yes.
Mrs. Williams.
Yes.
Motion carries 9-0.
Volunteer boys basketball coach.
Board is asked to approve Tommy Zetkowski as a volunteer for boys basketball coach at the recommendation of the head coach. Clearances are current and on file.
I need a motion.
I make that motion.
I need a second.
I'll second.
Discussion. Roll call?
Mrs. Raymond,
Yes.
Mrs. Rhodes,
Yes.
Mrs. Heather Smith,
Yes.
Mrs. Kristen Smith,
Yes.
Mr. Carson,
Yes.
Dr. Fike,
Yes.
Mrs. Love,
Yes.
Mr. Polakowski,
Yes.
Mrs. Williams.
Yes.
Motion carries 9-0.
Posting of girls assistant basketball coaching position.
The board is asked to approve the posting of the varsity girls assistant basketball coach position.
I need a motion.
So moved.
Mrs. Rhodes, I need a second.
I'll second.
Discussion. Roll call?
Mrs. Rhodes,
Yes.
Mrs. Heather Smith,
Yes.
Mrs. Kristen Smith,
Yes.
Mr. Carson,
Yes.
Dr. Fike,
Yes.
Mrs. Love,
Yes.
Mr. Polakowski,
Yes.
Mrs. Raymond,
Yes.
Mrs. Williams.
Yes.
Carries 9 yes.
We need to circle back up to the budgets and the Act One referendum.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
Does
right.
anybody else need like 2-minute break, maybe 3?
3, please.
Okay,
Please.
is that all right with everybody? Do we need to have a motion or a?
Yes, you do. Voice vote.
I need the motion first, right? Or can I just do a voice vote?
You can do a voice vote for a recess for 3 minutes.
Can I have all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Anybody opposed?
Can you put this on mute? Or did they do it?
Much better.
Hey, Mr. Pushkar, are we still on public?
Yes.
Okay, I thought maybe the public session got frozen until we came back from recess. Okay.
I believe, I mean, am I correct, Mr. Pushkar?
Not knowing when people come back, I chose to leave it open. So we are still live.
That's cool. Just so we all know not to do anything.
Mr. Petonic. Mr. Petonic,
Yes.
there's a 500 word limit on citizen comments when they send them in. Is that correct?
Written, yeah. Yes.
Written. And if it's 500 words or more, it's
not to be read?
Right.
Okay, thank you.
Mhm. You can disseminate it to the board, but
Right.
I don't know how to, which 500 words to pick. So,
Mr. Petani, for clarification too, if anything's submitted to be read, it must also include the individual's name, address, all the pertinent information. Is that correct?
the qualifying information, yes.
Yes.
Eligibility, depending how you like to use that word.
I have a question before we start talking the budget, because I'm still mad. I wanted to know, and I think somebody asked us the last meeting, how many kids are failing? Do we have that number yet?
Is Mr. Mashal on or anybody?
Yeah, I have I have attendance. I have,
Well, attendance, I don't know if I even believe that, because sometimes my son will submit his form and we still get something saying he doesn't. I just mean like grade wise, from when the kids were at school till now. Like we have A students that are probably failing now. How many?
Mrs. Smith. Hey, good evening. I don't have the exact number, but there certainly is an uptick in it because it's difficult for some of our kids to do the kind of work that they're doing independently. So I can't tell you the exact number. I don't know it off the top of my head, but it's higher than it's been. I can say that and be confident in telling you that. I can get the number. I just don't know it like right off the top of my head at 11 o'clock.
Yeah, I mean, it's just my point. Like, I just don't understand why we can't send all these kids back to school. I know it's late. I'm tired. Everybody's tired. It's just I just feel like we failed the public tonight.
We did. We failed the kids.
I have students texting me tonight saying, can we please go back to school? That's sad. When you have students asking to go back to school and I have to say, nope, you're not going back.
You didn't say that.
What's that?
You didn't say that, Heather. You didn't say that.
Yeah, I know, but I feel bad that, I can tell these kids that want to go back, no, you can't go back yet.
Apparently their voice doesn't matter.
Okay, so I'm going to interject here because we're not going to make comments like that about other board members. I voted differently than you for different reasons. Other people voted differently. Doesn't mean that we don't care or that we also aren't feeling bad that these kids aren't going back to school all on the same day or that they're not going back 5 days a week. I feel strongly that children need to be in school. I also feel strongly about how I feel about COVID. So it's, you can research and find whatever you want to find to support whatever your opinion is in this day and age. And that's part of the problem here. That the information that's being disseminated to the public is not always factual. And as far as numbers go or anything else, we have to go with what the numbers are that they are providing us, because I can't go and make them up on my own. But I agree with Mrs. Raymond. It's disgraceful when we have to call each other names or say we don't care or we do care. I have put tons and tons of time into this. I have been on nothing but Zoom calls for the last 2 days for this district. So literally from sun up to sundown, and Mr. Masha and Mr. Petani can attest to that, nobody is taking any decision that we are making right now lightly. So after the meeting last week, I was on emails sending to admin, how will this look? What can we do differently? I have been working my butt off. So for anybody to sit here and say that we don't care or that one vote is better than the other vote, I'm sorry, you're wrong.
No one's saying that. I'm just saying other districts are going back and I just feel like we're failing this district. We really are. If you don't feel comfortable, then stay hybrid.
At what point can we ask questions about the budget?
That's what I'm trying to get to. I'm trying to see, I see the Act One
I think Mr. Marnell should give his,
under business
I'm
manager.
recommending you have him give his presentation, and
Yes.
that'll give you a lot of information.
I know for myself and Mr. Masha, Mr. Patronic, and Mrs. Williams, we're all going on about 9 hours of Zoom time today. So I can appreciate what the comments made about parents and students, that, how much screen time can you get? And I know no one wants to hear about adjourning this meeting and picking it up next week and having a special budget meeting. But that said, my recommendation would be that you opt out tonight, or you cannot approve putting this draft budget out there for public display until we go through it more thoroughly. But that said, that's just my thoughts. Very hard to do a budget discussion and presentation via Zoom meeting with all its limitations. The ability to hand out information is really limited with our little screens. But
I think you can, Mr. Marnell, and maybe Mr. Pushkar can help, because I had a discussion with him. There is some capability to put up on the screen some documents, and I apologize, I'm not completely conversant with it, but if there's an email, or if it's in, I forgot to ask if it's in board docs, if you can show it.
Yeah, it's very hard. When you're working with one screen, and a lot of us are either on Chromebooks or little laptops, it's really hard unless you have multiple screens that you can plug in, and you have 3 screens open, so you got one for your Zoom meeting, one for your documents. It's difficult, and I appreciate how hard it is for all of us. I appreciate how hard it is for the parents, the teachers, the students, the administrators, everyone, to try to accomplish and get a solid education. I feel really, really, really sorry for our seniors. I know some of them personally, and we all feel really terrible for them, because for me, my senior year in high school was my favorite year of my 12 years in primary and secondary education, and they're not really truly experiencing what they should be as seniors, and it's no easy call for Mr. Mash and the school board. Did you throw everybody back into the pool with this virus still running rampant? Now you've got a couple mutant variations out there that there may not be more virulent, but I understand is more catchable, if that's the use street language. So we're all very stressed out to the max, and I appreciate that. And but anyway, the objective was to put together an Act One budget, properly titled Preliminary Proposed General Fund Budget. And the decision is, do we go down the Act One highway or not? The only purpose now for doing an Act One budget is to hold open the possibility of going for a public referendum vote, because we did not qualify last spring for the 2 referendum exceptions that are left. And the numbers are running away from us. We're not going to qualify for special ed or retirement this year. So I'm not entirely comfortable with this preliminary proposed budget, because again, there are so many unknowns. But I attempted to, as I stated earlier today, to try to make it worst case scenario, although is it truly worst case? We don't know until after the fact. So anyway, starting with the revenues, I forecasted local revenues at $14,821,162. Now that includes the Act 1 index of 4.1%, and also to get us over the Act 1 index, which is the what you need to show for the state to approve going down the Act 1 highway and going for referendum exceptions, and to go for a voter referendum, a public referendum vote. You have to show that you need more mills than Act 1 would allow. So I put in there a theoretical amount of $2 million extra on top of the Act 1 budget. So the Act 1 tax increase would garner approximately $390,357. And we have an extra, I put in there an extra $2 million to get us over the millage needed, not only to approximate our needs for next year, but also to put us down the Act 1 highway. So that would put revenues at $32,615,444. I have estimated expenditures at $33,615,284. You do the simple math, that's a projected deficit between anticipated revenues and anticipated expenditures of $999,840. I also have to do a forecast on what's going to happen this year, the 2021 school year budget. And with the great unknowns and uncertainties we're facing again, like we did last spring through the pandemic, I am forecasting a net loss this year of $608,243. Our audited fund balance to start the 2021 fiscal year was $3,279,720. So with the forecasted net loss of $608,000, that would leave a estimated beginning fund balance of $671,477. Taking the numbers further, that would leave an estimated ending fund balance a year and a half from now, June 30th, 2022, of $1,671,637. So even with the $2 million of additional tax revenue built into the draft budget, we still have a potential deficit. I dared not even go higher to 3 million to wipe that out. It just seemed too outrageous to me. Further, wages and salaries are estimated at $12,780,329. That's $307,580 increased over the current year budget. Benefits were estimated at $8,626,967. That's an increase of $766,395, and that's to cover estimated increase. I'm using 10% for our health insurance. We have the modest increase in state retirement and possibly in other benefits. Purchase professional services. For example, that's like your intermediate unit services for special needs students. Also, our SOLA costs are in that category. The draft budget for the 300 purchase professional services, $2,137,086. That's a budgetary increase of $388,085. And the number that's really driving that up is I put in an additional $317,000 for the SOLA WIU Academy courses. One of the pieces of information that I've been sending out to you was the tracking of the cyber tuition costs plus the SOLA costs. And I sent out an update today via email. The situation has gotten bleaker from a week ago when I did my last update, which was based on 12/31 information. Now, with more invoices coming in from the cyber charter schools, we went from a calendar year end of 133 students, and now we're up to 141 students in the cyber charter schools, 119 for regular education, 22 for special education. So our forecasted deficit in that line item, charter school projected actual tuitions versus what we budgeted, $1,071,000, a potential deficit this year in that line item of $782,723. Now that's an increase in student enrollment cyber schools by 59 students, or 72%. The SOLA costs this year are estimated around $368,328, which is $254,328 over that line item this year. So right now, the combined potential deficit in those two line items in the budget is $1,037,055. And that is a situation that has been recognized by the state associations of PASBO, which is the Pennsylvania Association of School Business Officials, as well as PASA, the Pennsylvania Association of School Administrators. They put out a document, and it's on their site, and I downloaded it, and I can send out a copy if you're interested. It's called the School District Budget Survey Highlights COVID Crisis, Federal Funding, and an Uncertain Future. And in it, one of the of many worries for school districts is the escalation in cyber charter school enrollment during the pandemic, which is driving an already existing budget concern and making it worse. So the projected increase in charter school tuition costs statewide is the additional increase of $475 million, of which $350 million of that increase is due to cyber charter school enrollment increases caused by this pandemic. And if the state doesn't step up and start again having a charter school subsidy like they had years ago, all districts are in trouble with that. Okay, purchase property services, the 400 object code is budgeted at $515,042. That is a reduction of $116,276, and that overall reduction is due to savings from our new copier lease. I removed, the operating costs for the Roughdale building, which recently just sold. And of course, in the current year budget, we did the high school elevator project. The 500 object code, other purchase services, which includes insurance, includes your transportation costs, includes your tuition costs. That went from this year's budget, which was $4,291,260. Right now, I have forecasted for next year $5,002,975, an increase of $711,715. And of that, $696,000 I added in for additional cyber charter school tuition costs. We had a slight increase in supply category, the 600 supply category. We have a budget this year of $217,000. Next year projected $1,254,665 for an increase of $37,548. Equipment purchase category, we have a budget this year of $346,000. Next year, budgeted $336,750, a decrease of $9,775, and that's due to less equipment requests from our school building. Now, within that number of 336,000 is still the embedded $300,000 for our payment due to Dell computers. We have three payments of 300,000 approximately. So we made our first payment this early winter due to the arrival of our Chromebooks, and we have two more annual payments for that. The combined object code called dues, interest expense, and other. The budget has gone down from $905,406 to projected next year $636,470. That's a decrease of $268,936. Now, the reason why that has decreased is because in that object code last spring, I had the money for the COVID-19 grant, the $193,351. So that was a one-time grant. I had to take that out. Can't roll that over. And there was a reduction in debt service interest of $84,000. Now, in the last category called 900 object code, titled other uses of funds, and the big other use of funds is debt service principal. We have a budget this year of $2,245,000. Next year, it goes to $2,325,000, an $80,000 increase in debt service principal. So you have an $80,000 increase in principal, an $84,000 decrease in interest, net reduction in debt service of $4,000. So right now, the projected increase in the total budget from $31,718,948 for the current year to $33,615,284 potentially for next year. That's a budget change of $1,896,336, which is a 5.98% budgetary increase. And of course, of the $1,896,000 increase, of that is $1,013,000 for the ongoing and potentially ongoing increased costs for cyber tuition and SOLA. And of course, if you backed out that $1 million, your budgetary increase right now is looking at only 2.78%. There's so many unknowns that I don't like this. I asked the health consortium meeting on our Zoom meeting near the end when guests were allowed to ask questions. I simply asked, what percentage increase are you forecasting for next year? And they said they're not even ready to consider that. They still have to study numbers, and there's no meeting in February, so they're not going to revisit the issue with health insurance increase until March. So I'm using 10%. Is that a good number? I don't know. I pray that it is for us. Let me see. Let me take a breath there, and I'm going to take a sip of water. Now, there's still changes that we need to make in the business office. We have to enter changes, if any, requested from our primary center. Now, the one thing I said this morning, just to reassure Mr. Masha and Mrs. Williams that what was budgeted this year for the school buildings rolled over into the starting draft of the new year budget. So there were no cuts made by me to anything that was already in the budget. So the buildings have sent in their budgetary requests. They made their own voluntary changes, either reducing some categories or asking for modest increases in others. And our Mrs. Lane in the office has been entering those for them. So let me take a break there and let's talk about this. Comments, concerns, questions?
Mr. Marnell, you said that we would have a deficit this year of about, I think, I have a lot of numbers. right now.
108,000.
108,000. Is that taking into account the grant that we're supposed to get for 1.4 million?
No, that does not. The grant is not even included yet in this draft budget.
Okay, so that's a good thing, which means that if we get the 1.4 million, we'll actually have a surplus at the end of this year.
Well, now remember, the grant has to
I
be.
know it has certain stipulations.
Well, yes, you know, the grant has to be planned for not only as a revenue in, but also as expenditures out. So grants are to me are a wash. You know, the money they give you, you have to spend in certain ways. Hopefully some of those ways, once we study this next phase of federal funding, will allow us to ameliorate some of our pressures that we're facing in some of these existing budgetary line items. I imagine that there are items requested that will qualify for expenditure from this new grant. So yes, there is hope that once we include the 1.5 million as a revenue, and we look at what we can expend it on, besides items that they allow, might be able to use some of that money to offset items that were added in through this draft budget process. So that, yes, that is good news.
And then my next question would be, I would not expect there to be as many cyber and SOLA kids next year. I mean, we have a vaccine a couple weeks away. I'm
Ma'am,
not sure why we'd
I agree with you. I feel 100% as you, what you're thinking. I agree with the vaccines that are rolling out and the planning to really expedite the process. As I hope that this was worst case. In other words, you know, this budget is sort of a combination of assuming everything will be back to normal next year, and also using our existing cyber charter school and SOLA numbers as existing again next fall. I don't think that's realistic, of course, but as we discussed in finance committee meetings, that was the recommended approach that we take in formulating the first draft of the budget. I'm sorry, proposed preliminary. You have to get used to the new terminology, but yes, I agree with you.
And did you say that the fund balance at the end of this year would be $1,671,630?
Well, I can't say that's what it's going to be, but that's the early forecast for a year and a half from now.
That's at the end of 21-22.
No, 2022, June 30th, 2022.
Yeah, 21-22.
2022, yeah.
Yeah, it's confusing.
Mr. Marnell, can you tell me, I know that in our budget last year, we balanced it by saying a certain amount of money would come out of the fund balance. Correct?
Correct.
What was that number?
Oh.
So is this $600,000 deficit on top of that number, or is this just the $600,000 that will be coming out of the fund balance?
No, that's the in the way I'm looking at it is that is my total forecast. In other words, I'm forecasting less of a deficit than we were planning for worst case back in June. It was something like $800 and some thousand.
That's what I thought. So we're doing better than we thought already.
Well, yes, because you know, tracking the numbers, we did better than we thought we were going to do when the 1920 fiscal year was closed. So in some areas we did worse than forecasted. In some areas we did better than forecasted. So yes, I anticipate a similar occurrence at the end of this fiscal year.
That includes the deficit of 1,000,000 37,000 some dollar deficit for cyber charter payments, right?
Yes.
When you keep saying I put 2 million in, I put 3 million in, what did you mean by that? You just put it in. You just raised the numbers? Is that what you're saying?
One of the last items that you budget for is how much you will need in real estate tax dollars. Because so many other revenue sources are almost fixed and beyond our control. For example, I might have skipped over the fact that I held our state subsidies firm at what we're getting this year. Because we don't know. The governor will present a budget 2 weeks from now, somewhere during the first week of February. I forget the date. Is it a Tuesday or a Thursday? And of course, what the governor asks for isn't always what the legislature grants. So again, much like in our previous two Act One budgets, you hopefully, you go with no increase to start off with, and then you hope by the end of the June that they've granted some small increase. I have no hope for an increase from the state. I'm praying that they don't cut our subsidies, because the state revenue situation is not good because of the economic upheaval and downturn. Sales tax collections, I think, are down. Personal income tax collections are down. So I'm just praying that they don't cut our normal state subsidies. I know they're going to pass through these federal stimulus dollars, but I hope they don't try to supplant their responsibility with federal money, because that happened about a decade ago during the great economic recession, where there was a usage of federal ERA money, the American Recovery and Reinvestment Act monies, as a supplanting of state obligations. And then when that money went away, the state education budget had approximately $1 billion hole, which we never really have recovered from.
Did you inflate our income? Did you inflate the income figures?
Well, you need to put in a revenue amount that will exceed your needs. In other words, your anticipated revenue plus your estimated beginning fund balance have to equal or exceed what you plan to expend. So.
Oh, I see what you did.
Okay.
So you added the fund balance in there to make it.
So what we can do is we can say, well, instead of an extra 2 million as a what if, you could subtract out $1 million and say, how about 1 million? But that drives your deficit between revenues and expenditures up to $2 million. So it's sort of the strategy of, we'll add the 2 million in there. That will leave a projected deficit between revenues and expenses of 1 million. And with a starting fund balance of 2.6 million, that will leave a potentially ending fund balance a year and a half from now of 1,671,000. We would start off with 2,671,000. So you roughly would be using 1 million of fund balance. But again, these are very early numbers, and none of this is guaranteed to happen. Other than I'll tell you what's guaranteed to happen is your debt service payments are locked in by bond indentures, and there's some other expenditures. For example, a fixed wage or a fixed salary, unless that employee goes away, that's a fixed cost. That won't change. But a lot of this is again, it's what if.
Would you explain page 9 to me? That just absolutely confused me. It's that box at the top of page 9, and it says that the 2021 millage in Westmoreland County was 83. For 21-22, it's 99.31 with an increase of 19.344%. What does that? Is that with the referendum?
Yes. What's driving that number was the what if. The what if was I threw in the extra $2 million in property taxes over and above what the Act 1 index would give us. Act 1 index gives us $390,000. So again, for this what if scenario, I put in $2 million. And this is what this report generates. I know it's absurd to expect the public to say, well, we would agree to in the Westmoreland County side, let's look at a 19.6% increase in property taxes. Now, I can't be so arrogantly presumptuous to say, well, the public would not approve that. They could. It's very possible that they would approve that. But again, this was the exercise to generate a potential Act 1 budget that would open up that gateway for going down the road for a potential voter referendum question, which we approximately have 57 days to send a letter to the Election Bureau asking for the referendum question. March 19th is a deadline to submit that, 60 days prior to the primary election. So I don't know what a referendum question looks like. We would have to do some research on.
And that's a 16 mil increase, a 16 mil increase.
That's what this document generates. Yes. It's not what I'm proposing or recommending, but it's what it generates to get to. If you go to the next page, page 6, that's where the state system would look at that and say, okay, you're asking for more meals than Act 1 will allow you. For example, if you see line P, it says maximum meals based on index. So the Act 1 says, well, you can theoretically go to 17.8219 in Fayette, 86.6383 in Westmoreland. But you need more money because of all these uncertainties, increased costs, tuition, so on and so forth, salaries and benefits. So you need extra millage to potentially make that happen. And then, of course, the report shows on line S, is the millage rate within the index? No. Well, once this gets into the state system, then the state would take this information, come back to me and say, okay, you're asking for more millage than Act 1 allows you. You have not opted out, so by default, you have opted into Act 1. So either opt out or you continue down the road. So we would be theoretically opting into going down the referendum highway.
In which case, would never even consider that. Maybe the other people would, but are we going to spend time on that? Are we going to spend our time looking at that potential, a 16 mil tax increase? Why are we even talking about that?
So I agree with Dr. Fike. I think that, and I very well could be wrong, but I think what I was expecting is not a budget that would make it so that we have to do the Act 1. I wanted like an actual draft budget. Like, this is what I actually think is going to happen. That way we could decide, okay, we do have to go this route or we don't, because we're going to be $2 million short, or we're going to be $1 million short, or maybe just $200,000 short. I think that's what I was expecting. Like I said, I'm probably wrong and just didn't realize, but I guess I was expecting more of, this is what we actually think is going to happen next year. This is the money we need to offset all of our expenses, potential expenses.
So I asked the question earlier today, like, how much fluff is in this budget? So when you go down here and you look at what we're proposing, so salaries, this isn't wage increases for everyone in the district, knowing that we have 4 contracts that are up. When you come down here to SOLA, and you really don't know what's going to happen next year, and will people stay where they are because they like that platform, or will they come back to the district? So that's really an unknown. So the proposed changes to this budget are $1.2 million. We had to take $800,000 last year from the fund balance. Is that what we said that dollar amount was? So
Yeah.
that's technically adding another $800,000 onto this number because we weren't balanced where we were at last year. So that's just my concern. Like, I understand, like, do I want to put out a budget that proposes this astronomical increase? No, I don't. But I think we're going to be faced with cutting programs. We're going to be faced with furloughs. We're going to be faced now with all of those hard decisions that nobody wanted to make the last few years. So, because technically that would be what, like 2.6 really from where, because last year we did take money from the fund balance and we would have to do that again.
See, what I can do now with this program, I can go in there and I can take out that $2 million, and then, you would see, well, we could do it just on paper, take out the 2 million, and it drives out a different $3 million deficit between projected revenues and projected expenditures. And that would theoretically wipe out the estimated ending fund balance at the end of this year. But again, those are all significant wild guesses in a lot of respects. There's certain numbers in there, but there's also numbers that are just, when you say, what we expect to happen next year, I truly don't know what to expect for next year. I don't know what to expect for next month. The COVID crisis, it kicked off for us. We closed schools by order on March 16th. We're not that far away from that date. And it was, we thought it was, we were flattening the curve and getting better last June, and summertime, it just roared back up. Fall, it went up. So I don't know, but yes, I agree. The great hope is that enough vaccines get out there over the next 3 or 4 months that we truly do see that this crisis will abate, and hopefully a return to what we considered normal when
We're
school.
only going to get ADM money for like 1,700 and some kids now. We might be down in the 1,700s before this is over. I mean, I've had a couple calls where people said, if you don't get my kids back in school, I'm dropping out. We're putting them back and we're putting them into cyber school. But the bottom line is we only get ADMs for, say, 1,790 kids. That's our state subsidy, right? Am I right?
Sure, ADMs figure into subsidies. It's part of the equation.
A big part, isn't it?
A big part.
No.
The subsidy formula is a lot more complicated than just the ADM figure, but we'll go along with that. There is an effect if you lose.
We're paying our bills with our savings account.
Well, we certainly don't want to do that, but it could happen.
It's happening this year.
Yes, yes. We were talking about the millage rates earlier today in our Zoom meeting, Mr. Masha, Mrs. Williams, and Mr. Patonic and myself. A couple years ago, Bill Porter, when he was on the board temporarily, he said, our millage rate should be where our neighbors are. This year we're at the 83.05 mills. Okay. Our next door neighbor, Mount Pleasant, is 90.82. York is 90.341. Kiskey's Westmoreland is 90.61. Greensburg Salem is nearly 90. They're 89.72. Franklin Regional 100.6 mills. Derry 91.8. Borough 100.5. So what Billy was saying was, when you look at socially economic comparable districts, and he used Derry and Mount Pleasant and York, that's where we should be, and consider the potential money that would be in our savings account, or consider the cuts that were made in the past several years that may not have needed to be made if we were at those millage rate levels, because that money is cumulative. But you can't go backwards in time. You can't go back in time and claim Act 1 indexes that you passed by. They're gone. You can only accept the Act 1 index that's facing you now. So, theoretically speaking, this exercise is showing that potentially this is what you would need to do to catch up with your neighbors. Would I expect voters to vote for that? Heck no. No one in this Commonwealth has put through, that I'm aware of, a voter referendum vote for taxes. And that's why no district that I'm aware of in Westmoreland County is even bothering with an Act 1 budget. We're brave enough to do it. And I have experience now. This is my 5th one. So it's a hard road to hoe. And these deadlines that the state had built in back in 2006 are extremely difficult. And I think they made it that way because back then they didn't want people to raise taxes because we had unlimited ability prior to Act 1. They gave you a little, they called it a cost of living index. Act 1 index is not a true cost of living index. It's based on your property taxes. So, 4.1% increase in property taxes, $390,000 is not 4.1% of your expenditures. That would be better if Act 1 worked on your 4.1% of your expenditure budget, but it doesn't work that way.
But that would make the sky the limit. That would make the sky the limit. We could spend $1 billion if we wanted to get more of an Act.
Well, they curtailed that. We don't have that ability anymore.
Right.
And if you want more, we used to have eight exceptions when they passed this, and we're down to 2 exceptions. So they've cut some of the exceptions out. Because I remember when I did my first Act 1 budget, and it was for the 11-12 school year at Ligonier Valley, our first one, we qualified for 3 of the exceptions. Now, we didn't utilize all 3 to the full extent. We used the Act 1 plus about 2 meals Act 1, 2 meals of the exception. We went a 4 meal tax increase, and we made cuts too because they don't want to go the full route. And then the following year, we did another Act 1 budget. We didn't want any exceptions. Well, that was a decision, and we went with a 2 meal increase, basically the Act 1 limit. So we went 6 meals over 2 years. But the previous 4 budgets, we didn't raise taxes at all. We went 4 straight years, and that's the wrong thing to do. I've said this since Act 1 was passed. Every year you should raise at least 1 meal, even if you don't need it. And if you need the money, use the Act 1 index because it goes away. It goes away.
It's almost midnight. Are we going to vote on this? Because I can't stay at somebody else's house much longer. We're down to voting for Act 1. We're either in or out or whatever it is, right? Can we do that? Can we go ahead and do that?
Well, your choices are to opt out or to have a more thoughtful understanding of all this. You could approve his numbers tonight and still be on the pathway and reduce them. Or if you go and you don't want to approve them tonight, that's what was harder.
Remember, you remember
at the very beginning.
Think about that May, in the traditional budgeting scenario, that May budget, you have to approve a proposed final budget by the end of May. That's not your final budget. Your final budget is the end of June, and it's the same thing under Act 1. So you're not approving this budget. You're just approving letting it out for public inspection. You already have it. It was sent out. It's on board docs. That's all. We have all winter now. In fact, by February 22nd, you can amend this or whatever our February meetings are. The February 17th, according to the state timeline, you have to adopt what's called a preliminary budget.
Right.
This is just a proposed preliminary. So you can change this. You can take stuff out. Whatever you want to take out, you could take out that however amount of that extra money that was put in there as a what if. You can make expenditure cuts. We can agree that, we don't expect cyber charter school to be as bad in when school starts in September as it is right now. We don't expect SOLA to be in September where it is now because we expect due to rational, scientific data, that those kids are going to be coming back because we're going to go back to school. So we can take some of that money out.
If we vote on this budget tonight, we are telling the public that they're going to get up to a 4.1 tax increase. And I know somebody say, oh, we won't do it. We won't do it. Yeah, you're going to do it. Be honest about it. So if we vote for this budget, we're saying to the public, this has a built-in tax increase. It's built in. This is what we approved. Now, I want the public to see this, Jim, but I certainly can't.
Yeah, it's a public document. I'm not keeping it secret.
They can already see it, Dr. Fike.
Well, but my point is, Christy, they don't know that we're voting for a 4.1 tax increase in de facto. I mean, in reality, that's what we're saying. That's the reality.
Technically,
can I ask a question?
Technically, Dr. Fike, that's not true. We would
I agree with Mrs. Williams. You're not voting on a tax increase tonight, and you're not voting on a budget tonight.
You're voting on a budget.
Can I speak? So if you're using that analogy that it's a built-in 4.1, that's not true. It's a built-in 19%, because this is the built-in Act 1. So if you're going with your analogy, it's not just the 4.1. But we're not voting for a tax increase. We're voting to advertise this as our preliminary proposed budget. So we will be adjusting off of this. It's a matter of, do you want to come back here again next week and rehash all of this again, or do you want to move it to the 4th? We want to come back here next Wednesday, correct, Mr. Patonic?
Tell me
If you don't approve this tonight, then you have to come back on Wednesday to keep all options open. On Wednesday, theoretically, you could have Mr. Marnell come back with yet another budget that was bigger or smaller. I don't know. Or you could opt out that night. You could even, go ahead.
Sorry, Mr. Marnell, if we did not increase taxes at all, do you have an estimate of what our deficit would be?
$3.4 million. We discussed it this afternoon.
Okay, so if we do nothing and don't increase taxes at all, $3.4 million deficit, and we barely have that in our fund balance, correct?
But that's without cuts, Christy. That's without cuts.
It's also without any salary increases or some salary increases.
Right. So these are decisions that have to be made.
Right.
So if we were to take let's go with the analogy of things will be better, we'll all be back to school, we don't need all this money in SOLA and so forth, that's roughly $1 million increased to that category. So you're still going to be $2.4 million over budget. Correct?
You're saying take out the $1 million?
Yeah, if we just took that out, I'm just saying, like, that's the number that people discuss that,
well, if you take that out,
in there.
Well, if you take that out, you have to decide what to do on the revenue side. Are you going to reduce your projected revenue needs by that $1 million also?
Well, I'm just saying that if we take out all the tax increases and we go with a 0 tax increase, we would be $2.4 million over budget, correct? Without taking any money from the fund balance, without any tax increase, and with removing the $1 million that we've put aside for increases to cyber school and SOLA, which I think some of that money probably regardless would need to be left in there. But let's just say we made it a wash, we'd still be roughly $2.4 million over budget. And remember, there's no little things to cut from this budget anymore. I think we've taken over the course of the last few years, every little thing that could be cut has already been cut.
The elephant is in the room, Michelle. The elephant is in the room.
I mean, we're down to really hard decisions now is what we're faced with. Because do I think that if you put out there this large tax increase that people are going to go for that? No, I most certainly do not think that this year anybody's going to go for that, regardless of what the situation is. I mean, my bill, I just sat here and figured would increase by almost $200. I'm sure there's a lot more that would increase by a lot more than that. But so I don't believe anybody will vote for that. But we are going to be tasked with major cuts in this budget. They're not going to be pretty.
Michelle, they wouldn't even consider cutting tax collector salaries. I mean, it's down to that. This is where I'm coming from. I'm so frustrated because I think our revenue has been inflated. We're not going to get all that money.
Oh, no, we're not. We're not. Here's the other thing that wasn't mentioned this evening as far as where we're going to be at the end of this year. We have about $180,000. Is that about the number? In property taxes that was not collected from one large payer. And we don't know what the situation is there either. So you roughly, and now if we do collect that money, Mr. Marnell, we'll be paying a fee to the courthouse for collecting that, which will be a percentage of it if they get any of that money now, because it doesn't go straight through the tax collector. So that
I'm going to ask for this one again. I have asked for a comprehensive paper showing us the number of students, the number of teachers, the class size. I've asked for that. We can't go anywhere unless we start to look. Like you said, all the low-hanging fruit has been picked. We're down to the elephant in the room. If we don't get that information pretty soon, we're going to be in a lot of trouble when it comes to making other decisions.
I agree. So the question becomes right now, do we opt out this evening and continue working on this basically every meeting discussing it?
Or when you're saying opt out, explain that to the general public. Well, we're opting out of Act 1. We are saying what?
When
We're no longer eligible for a referendum.
We're not opting out of Act 1. We're opting out of a referendum on a ballot. We would not be requesting a tax increase higher than the index, which has been set at 41%.
So all we're doing is opting out of the
referendum.
Okay, that really doesn't have anything to do with this budget, does it? Well, not because we know the other thing's an impossibility. So we have to get back to reality, which is Act 1, the Act 1 index.
Yes, yeah. When you opt out of Act 1, what you're stating is you're going to stay within a property tax increase no greater than your Act 1 index.
Here's my concern.
I just can't vote for that. I can't vote for a built-in tax increase. This is a COVID year. People can't pay their rent. They're going to food banks. I've asked for what is the per capita income in this school district, the household income. None of that's available. I know it's not anybody's fault, but you know, how do we make, we're already getting 65 cents on every dollar from the state. I have had contact with the state legislators. I know the guys, okay? They're crying the blues in Harrisburg. Oh my, they're really feel that they're up against it. I'll be surprised if we get very much.
Dr. Fike, can you get them to get us the vaccine any sooner since you have the contacts in Harrisburg?
I don't think that's the magic wand that people think it is, Justin.
Oh, it's a start.
Yeah, it's a weak start, but it's not the magic wand.
So here is my concern, that I don't want to end up back in a position that we were in last year at the same time, where we opted out and then we would ask where we're at on the budget and we never discussed. We are going to have to be discussing this budget all of the time.
Oh, no, wait a minute, we did not opt out.
What was that?
We did not opt out last year. We have passed a Act 1 budget. We went down the Act 1 highway. We did not qualify for any of the referendum exceptions. But then again, we also didn't choose to put out a voter referendum vote either. But we we approved an Act 1 budget last year. In fact, the previous 2 years.
Well, I just want to make sure.
Well, okay, we're having a terminology problem here. Last year was not the year that we sought the special education increase. It was the year before that, correct?
Well, the year before that is we qualified for the special ed. Last year we missed qualifying for both of them. But we were down the Act One highway. We applied for them, but the numbers were not in our favor. We did not.
Well, we did calculations, but we didn't actually send them in. We didn't do a formal proposed preliminary budget last year.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
We did not. We did not.
Are you sure?
Yes, because we didn't have the budget in time. I remember thinking and saying that we needed the budget today. If we would have voted yes to opt in, we wouldn't have had the budget anyway.
I'll have to look at my records on that.
So can we vote? It's midnight.
But you got to know that, and I agree with what is stated. The chances are zero and none that people would vote for a referendum.
Unless we're at the point where we say we have to make huge program cuts. If that's what you're saying, that we might be $3 million in deficit, that's not just, okay, we're going to take a little bit away from purchasing books. We're going to take a little bit away from this. That is huge.
Christy, I don't think we're going to have to cut programs. We're not, don't go there yet. Don't go there yet. We're down into 1700s now for student enrollment. Okay, we need to look at that big chart that I keep talking about. You can keep programs and you can cut things that you don't need or that we're wasting money on. But I don't think we're going to have to.
Exactly are you referencing? Like what? Because I don't see any big areas left because we've cut so much already.
Class sizes. You don't see that we have to look at charts. We need information, Christy, to make decisions. We may or may not have cut programs.
No,
if you only need 6 third-grade teachers instead of 7, you haven't cut anything. You didn't cut any educational program. That's what I'm saying. I don't know what those numbers are.
Well, it should be easy to get those numbers, right? I mean, I know.
Mr. Mash is hard
because you have to
getting those
stuff the mailbox every day with how many students are in each class. So for the elementary school, at least, it shouldn't be that difficult. Now, I would imagine that for middle school and for high school where there's electives, it would be hard to know. That would be a much longer list.
Well, it depends on what students are in the district. Are they going to cyber still? Or are they,
right?
That's the number that Mr. Mash is talking about. That's not definite.
Right.
Do we have 1,700 students in the buildings, or do we have 1,900?
Well, the last number was 1,808, and it went up eight more students enrolled in cyber school from the last time. So we're down at 1,799 or something like that. But there are some schools that have had to take a long, hard look at some electives. I mean, our back is to the wall.
Well, maybe that's the terminology problem, Dr. Fike, because I feel like cutting electives is cutting programs. Maybe that's where the miscommunication is. If we're cutting electives, I feel like we're cutting essentially programs, which, I mean, we all hate to do. I don't want to do that. But we can't not do something.
If I have 3 kids in a French 3 class, for example, okay, now we have to make decisions, but I can't even project. We may have to hire teachers. I don't know. Right. I need that information.
Is that, Mr. Masha, is that something we can get before the next meeting?
I'm working really hard on getting that information.
Okay.
I mean, we talk about cutting programs and teachers. If you just think about $3 million, that's not cutting 3 teachers. You know what I mean? That's a significant amount.
Well, then what do we cut, Jason? Where do we find that money?
I don't have the answer, but it's not cutting a few teachers. That's not going to get the answer.
We may not have to do that. I've been the person who's saying we should have closed the primary center years ago. There are ways to do this.
So, Mr. Marnell, how much does it cost to run the primary center?
Well, I'd have to run my numbers on that.
So from what I've been told before, even if we would all say we're closing the primary center, it's not going to happen next year.
No, it's never going to happen.
No way. So I mean, it's not something we can even that we can even count on for next year's budget. However, if everybody's thinking that, I think that we should do a feasibility study or something, or bring up the old one that was in 2016. I don't have a copy of it because I wasn't on the board, but if we have it, I would love to see it.
I have 3 of them. We did it like 3 different times.
So, and so maybe that's where we start with that. It's not going to help our budget for next year, but we can look at it.
You remember when we were doing that school board training, they said one of our responsibilities is long-range planning, and we've never had long-range planning.
I think it's very hard to long-range plan when we can't meet the increases for the following year with what even an Act 1 increase would give us. It's impossible. That's the position we're in right now. That's how far gone things became when taxes weren't increased even 1 mil, to the point that, you know, to bring in $390,000, that doesn't even cover increases without adding money to SOLA or PA Cyber School or any of those things. We cannot cover salary raises for anything. We can't cover any increase that we have. We can't cover.
Michelle, when the state gave us that information, you can see it in that Piper Jaffray report, they did long-range planning. They said, this is what Southmoreland is going to look like in this many years and this many years, based on, you know, we're losing population in Pennsylvania. You know, I didn't want to go into that. Michelle, I'm going to leave. I'm just not sitting here anymore. I'm at somebody else's house. It's midnight. You know, my vote doesn't matter. My vote doesn't matter. I just, if we're not going to vote, I'm going to leave. I can't do this to him.
Yeah, the sad reality of the Westmoreland IU Academy is that when it was formulated some years ago, and I was at Ligonier Valley at the time, its intent was to get the kids back that were in the cyber charter schools, and sadly, it has not done that. And that's been, to me, the great disappointment of the Academy program. Its intent was to, instead of kids going to parents opting into the Pennsylvania Cyber Charter School, they would opt into the Academy. We call it SOLA down in Southmoreland. Other districts give it a different name, but you know, the intent was that was to save us money, you know, versus the cyber tuition charge. Because, you know, for a regular educated student in the cyber school this year, it's $11,000. So, you know, the Academy was to help us solve that problem, and it never did. I don't know why. I'm not in that realm. I don't study the differences. Maybe it was never marketed properly. You know, the cyber schools, they mass market. They televise television and radio and media. Does the public really know much about the Academy situation? I don't know, and make comparables with it. But it's been a great disappointment. It meets the needs for some kids, obviously, but is it a better option than going to Pennsylvania Cyber and Commonwealth Cyber? Maybe it is. Probably is, because I think you when you go to E Academy, you get a Southmoreland degree, or you get a Hempfield degree, or a Mount Pleasant degree versus a Commonwealth Cyber Charter School degree. But that's been a disappointing program.
So where we're at right now is we either make a motion to opt out, or we make a motion to approve the proposed preliminary budget. So,
Or you make a motion to have another meeting on Wednesday, January 27th, which still preserves both options.
okay. And at the moment, we don't have any sort of motion even on the floor at the moment. Okay.
That's correct.
Okay. So I don't necessarily want to make the motion, but is anyone going to make a motion? I don't know.
I'm at the point where I don't think that a referendum will pass. But I'm also torn at the fact that we're $3.4 million over budget right now. And I don't know what we do. Like, where do you even begin cuts from there? But what we would end up being is after the election is finding out that we need the cuts anyway. So that's where I'm at. I don't know what anybody else's thoughts are. Mrs. Smith, Mrs. Rhodes, anyone?
I feel the same way. I'm torn. You know, I'm not, I want to be a realist and you know, think that is a referendum going to pass when people are not working, maybe working part-time. I don't know. I don't know what the answer is. You know, you don't know whether to vote, whether to go for that option. And at some point we can always opt out, if I'm correct.
Well,
I mean-
you can't pass a formal opt-out resolution after the 28th. But the 28th doesn't leave you enough elapsed time to do the posting. So that's what's pushing it back to the 27th.
I see.
On the 27th, that night, you still have both pathways open. But the bad part of it is you have, if you still pursue it, you have that Wednesday meeting, and then you have another Wednesday meeting in February, and probably you're going to do more work on it. So you're probably either on the 11th, you need the 4th anyway. You need the 4th anyway. So there's another chance to work on it.
So are you saying that if we don't opt out by the 28th, we don't have the option to opt out? Is that what you are saying?
You have to pass a formal resolution certifying, promising, that you will not exceed the index. And Mr. Marnell and the president have to sign that, and that has to go to PDE. And if that form doesn't show up, or if it's not authorized by a resolution, you didn't do it right. Then you're in real trouble.
Mr. Botonic, is that resolution A in your proposal? Is that what that is?
Which one? Resolution A is to opt out tonight. You're done. You can't exceed the index.
I'll make that motion so we can move on or vote it down or up.
Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Any discussion?
Mrs. Williams, if I could just say one quick thing.
Yep.
I know this is not my meeting, it's the board's. I just want to point out that we're in the service of children, and our most valuable asset that we have is our teachers. And I know these are difficult times. I don't have great answers either. Mr. Polakowski said it pretty well. I don't have great answers either. But I don't see how having fewer of them will make us more successful at closing gaps or making things better in terms of supporting kids. I just can't see it. And I don't, it's not my place to say anything, but if I don't say something, I'm gonna be laying in bed staring at the ceiling saying, why didn't you say something? So I need to get that off my chest. Thank you for indulging me. I know you're in the middle of something else.
Thank you. I couldn't agree more. That's the point I'm trying to make, is that if it comes down to putting something on the referendum to save teachers' jobs or not, I would rather have the option to, if we have to, if it comes down to saving teachers' jobs, put it on the referendum. Or if it's saving programs. I mean, I guess that's where I'm at. And that's what I'm concerned about, is that we're going to get, or somebody's going to say, we're at the point of, we're going to have to cut teachers, we're going to have to cut programs. And that's the last thing that we should be doing when it comes to running a school. That's the most important thing we have. So if it's the option of opting out or leaving it open just so in case we have to put it on the referendum for that only purpose, I would say leave it. I mean, if it's knocked down, it's knocked down. I mean, do I think it'll pass with that much? No, but do we have to make it that much?
No.
No. So if we just do an extra mill, that would help. I mean, anything at this point is going to help. We don't have to say we're going to raise it 500 mils. We could say we're going to do it 1 mil more than what we're allowed. Or try to, I should say.
It doesn't hurt us to go down the Act One highway. And here's my reasoning. You opt out, and that's fine. And we've all done that since Act One was passed. We just opted out because this whole Act One timeline is just nuts to try to follow. But it doesn't hurt to go down the Act One highway, because when it's all said and done, you don't have to raise taxes at all, or you don't have to raise taxes over your Act One index, or if you need to, it's still available to you because you went down the Act One highway. So you preserve that index, plus you preserve the ability to go over the index. And before you get to those final decisions, then during the winter, you say, okay, we want to trim this down. The numbers will get sharper as we go along, because the earlier you start a budget, the fuzzier the numbers are, because there are so many unknowns. You can't predict what's exactly going to happen starting so super early without exact information. But you go down the Act One highway, you're not saying you're going to go over the index. You don't have to. But you go down the Act One highway, the state then will recognize that. They will open up what's called the referendum exception system. Now, once that's open, of course, numbers will be populated in there, plus I will enter numbers. And there is a chance that my informal calculations will be wrong, that we may qualify for a special ed exception for some dollars, or even a retirement exception. Because 2 years ago, when I did my informal calculations, I was pretty darn close to what we would qualify for in special ed, but I was off on the retirement. I thought we would qualify for about 18,000 in retirement. We actually missed it by 16,000. That's okay. No harm in trying. So if we qualify for an exception, great. If not, the option still is there for putting on the ballot for the voters to decide. Now, when it comes time to submit the question to the County Bureau of Election, by that point, we have to have numbers. Theoretically assuming that we have to have numbers to say, look, folks, we need X amount of dollars to balance this budget over what the Act One index gives us. And this money is needed for these purposes. For example, as we talked about earlier today, you look at programs, and no one wants to cut any of them. No one wants to furlough employees, but you laid out those hard decisions, and you have your numbers ready. You say, okay, we need this much amount of money to save throw out a program, the X program. We need so much money to save the Y program. We need so much money to keep from furloughing X number of staff. Are you in favor of raising taxes for that purpose? If the answer comes back no, well, you've already pre-studied some of that, and now you still face, obviously, with that dilemma with having to make those hard choices. But at least your voters had an opportunity to weigh in on it. And I don't know if a referendum vote is mandatory, or if it's just optional to accept what the voters say. That much I don't know, but it's there for us. So that's my opinion on that. Opting out is okay, because we may end up in the same situation anyway. And I see what Jason is saying. And we felt that way for years. Voters will never approve this for X amount of dollars. So let's just opt out and live within our index and do what we have to do to make cuts. So either way is okay. You don't have to go over the index, even going down the Act One highway. Work has already been started. We have a proposed preliminary, and the numbers are going to change. They're going to change tomorrow as the ladies work on it. I'm going to start. Well, wait a minute. We got a 10 a.m. Zoom meeting with the state auditor, so I'll preclude working much on that tomorrow morning. So anyway.
Mr. Patonic, so the numbers that we would have to submit to the county to be put on a ballot would be what date?
Oh, that
March
is
19th.
Yeah, I'm sorry. He has it. But you know, to be eligible to do that, you have to be on this timeline. So if
Right,
you opt out tonight, that's it. You're not in it.
right. I understand that. I'm just asking, like, so I just want to, if we opted in with just what we have right now, that gets posted for 20 days. In the meantime, when we come back on the 4th, the 11th, and the 18th, those numbers can be trimmed down some. We would then have again March 11th.
They would be trimmed down, but you would still have to adopt a proposed preliminary budget and send it to Harrisburg.
Right.
And then they would review it and they would tell you, well, yeah, your numbers are over, or no, they're not.
But we would continue working on that. Like what we submit to the state isn't going to be our final numbers that would be put on a referendum.
I would hope not, but I mean, I can't predict that. You know.
No, but I'm just saying it wouldn't have to be.
It could be less, yeah. I
It
don't
could be
think
less, and it also could be nothing if that's what we decide in the meantime. Because even though we submit it to the state, we're not locked into that.
When you, yeah, you could decrease it.
Okay. I just wanted to be sure that I was understanding.
I think where I was coming from after this morning session, I'll just say this. I just couldn't fathom how you could make an informed decision completely tonight. And that's why I kept searching deadlines as to, well, how can, you know, you still have another chance to get more information and think about this. And, you know, unfortunately, the awkwardness of it is it either means approving something tonight that you don't really want to approve just to get started with the deadline process, or have another meeting on next Wednesday. I mean, those are the only, you know, it's what I have to work with.
The way you just put it there, Mr. Caponic, I agree with Jason. Let's just opt out.
Christy and Jim, I respect your opinion on the voter referendum, but if everybody that votes has children in the district, then maybe it would pass. But the numbers of people that have students in the district, they're going to vote, that there's no way that would pass. And I mean, it's not a public vote. You're in there, you know, flipping a lever or pushing a button when nobody knows whether you voted yes or no.
That's really true. That's a good point.
Whether or not to take, I don't know what the number would be, $50 more a year out of your pocket. I just don't think that people would do that. And, you know, we can vote however we want to vote tonight, obviously. I'd rather vote tonight than put it off to another day. Emotions out there. I think somebody seconded. You can vote it up or down. If it's down, then hey,
I don't know what the motion is.
Motion was to opt out.
Opt out.
And that is who?
Jason and Mr. Carson.
Thank you.
Need a roll call.
Heather Smith,
Yes.
Mrs. Kristen Smith,
No.
Mr. Carson,
Yes.
Dr. I'm sorry, is absent. Mrs. Love,
Yes.
Mr. Polakowski,
Yes.
Mrs. Raymond,
No.
Mrs. Rhodes,
Yes.
Mrs. Williams.
No.
Motion carries 5 yes, 3 no, 1 absent.
Okay. citizen comments.
And before we do that, Tuesday will be what day for the kids? A or B?
I will need to, we'll put that on a robocall.
I have it hanging on my wall. If you give me 1 second, I'll go look.
Also, they will have school Monday, right? Even though teachers are going in? Yeah, so everything's normal. They'll
Yes.
just go in Tuesday.
Yes.
Okay. And then do we need to pass something saying that we can advertise for a meeting on the 4th to talk about the other kids going back?
You do.
Yeah.
Okay, according to the calendar, January 26th, Tuesday is an A day, according to our colored calendar. I also hate to be the bearer of bad news, but I don't think we ever resolved the issue about physical presence at our public meetings. Can we just table that to the 4th?
I will make the motion to table that until the 4th.
I'll second it.
Was there a lot more to discuss on that?
Yeah, hiring a videographer and all that craziness, all that stuff.
Do you want to pass the resolution, the new policy, and then worry about the videographer next meeting on the 4th? Because are we ready to vote on that is what I'm asking. Does anybody want to make a motion on that?
No, I think, I mean, personally, I'm done
Okay,
tonight, but that's just me.
I was just trying to speed it along. Okay, so what did we just say we needed a motion on? We need a motion to advertise for a meeting on February 4th.
But instead you got a motion to
Motion to
table the
table.
public meetings stuff.
Okay, I'm sorry.
That can be a voice vote, right?
Yes.
Do we have a second?
I second it.
Okay. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Okay. Now I
And I
need,
need to approve a public meeting for public business voting, special public voting business meeting for February 4th.
do I have a motion?
For general business purposes, unless someone wants to limit it somehow. I don't know how to limit it.
No.
I'll make that motion.
Second.
Roll call.
Mrs. Kristen Smith,
Yes.
Mr. Carson,
Yes.
Mrs. Love,
Yes.
Mr. Polakowski,
Yes.
Mrs. Raymond,
Yes.
Mrs. Rhodes,
Yes.
Mrs. Heather Smith,
Yes.
Mrs. Williams.
Yes.
Motion carries 8 yes, 1 absent.
Citizen comment?
There are none that I am aware of tonight.
Mr. Pushkar, do you have any?
We had one, but they opted to drop out.
Okay.
That's the next day.
Is there anything else?
I just want to be clear that, you know, the resolution that you passed was A, because it's got all the fancy language in it, okay? I'm not going to make you read it again and everything, but that's what you approved. So opt out.
Okay.
That all right with everybody?
Yes. I need a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second.
I think that was Mrs. Rhodes and Mrs. Raymond first, maybe.
Doesn't matter.
We all
All right. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you. Sorry.
Good night.
Night, everyone.
Good night.